everybody. Hopefully everything is working properly because I had to make a completely new scene in OBS today because everything
just got an email.
wasn't working.
You know you're there.
But we are now live
take me
on
off the security
YouTube.
alerts.
I am one of your hosts of the Xbox
How long for the cannon
podcast.
prep?
My apologies, Mr. Chai,
Rand
but I
Jez.
need a moment.
Man with the million.
Did you forget your name?
No, because
There's like a huge pause.
No,
Like,
well, I paused because I saw This is what happens when you have to create stuff completely off the cuff. I completely had left in the game audio, which is my bad. Everybody's yelling at me. Can we just start over? Is the game audio
Okay.
I think it should be off.
Everyone's really mad.
Well, yeah, because in game audio.
Oh god.
Right, it's fine.
Oh god.
Professional podcasting, people.
Professional podcast. All right. Want to start again from the top?
Yeah. Well, because I knew something was going. Because I knew something would happen. Because I still had that white flicker from last week that I couldn't fix. I just couldn't fix it. And I was like, what am I supposed to do here? I went through all these different things to try to figure out what was wrong because you had sent me the Patreon list for the text scroll and it just completely screwed up everything on my end, right? And so I had to completely redo everything and make a complete new scene. And when I totally forgot that like the first time you put in like a gameplay thing, the clip is, maxed out. So that's on me. That's on me. It won't happen again because, well, hopefully this doesn't screw up. So I apologize. See, I don't know, man.
Okay, from the top.
From the top, indeed. Maybe we should just completely just restart the podcast over. What do you think? Just start a new stream up. Just cancel this one.
Let's not go that far.
Because you're gonna have to edit that part out of the audio version.
Yes.
But anyways, let's
put a timestamp in.
Let's start over.
Start again.
This is the Xbox 2 podcast live on YouTube. Nothing went wrong previously at all. Nothing. It went perfectly. I'm one of your hosts, Randall19, the man with the million, and with me as always for this episode, as well as every single episode. I believe this is episode 252, 253, something like that. We're up in that range. We have the managing editor of Windows Central. What's going on? Jez Corden. He's here, everybody. But the question is, will you be facts-based Jez today or feelings-based Jeremy? That's the question.
I think we'll be a bit of both.
A bit of both.
A bit of facts-based Jez and a bit of feelings-based Jez. Because it's hard to be completely facts-based, Jez, in such a secretive industry of which we cover. But we'll do our best, eh? We'll do our best. Have you had a good week, Randy McRand?
Yes. The week's been pretty good, actually. Gaming Nirvana is here, and I couldn't be happier, bro. Honestly.
Gaming Nirvana?
Bro, just been gaming nonstop, man. This is what it's like when you're really engaged. Because a lot of times last year I was just like, whatever. It wasn't really until the end of the year when a bunch of games came out that I was interested in. I was just like, oh yeah, I can't wait. But this past week, man, between Hi-Fi Rush and Dead Space, I've just been living the life, playing that greatness.
Playing the greatness.
I mean,
there's been a lot of great games come out in a short space of time,
yes.
Right?
Yes. A lot of great games. And, I mean, Hi-Fi Rush, what is it, 89 on Metacritic? Maybe going up to 90?
89. Dead
Space Remake?
We dropped our review today.
You did? What'd you give it? 9 out of 10? You
didn't move the needle.
You couldn't give it a 10 out of 10? You couldn't, help it out a little bit there,
Nah. You gotta stay true to the scoring, just our arbitrary scoring system. But yeah, I mean, there's a few things that they'll probably rectify in version 2. But it's a great game, and it's 9 out of 10. I feel is absolutely deserved. But yeah. You've been playing anything else? I mean, we got Hi-Fi Rush up on the gameplay, as voted for by the Patreon peeps. Have you been playing anything else?
I mean,
you said you're in Gaming Nirvana, bro.
Bro, it's just been Hi-Fi Rush and the Dead Space, but we'll definitely be talking about that when we get to games played and stuff. So this is what the gameplay that the Patreons voted for was Hi-Fi Rush, and I picked my favorite level in the game. Well, my second favorite level. So I felt the level after this was a little bit spoilery. This one maybe not so much, but this level, well, not in this clip. So I'd beaten the game on normal, and I like just did a level select and played this on a different difficulty just to see, because I played it on normal. I wanted to see what it was like on easy, so I was like, oh, let's try this out on easy. Plus, I was just recording for the show. But this level was the first level I actually got an S ranking. So I was I love the music in this level, so I was like, let me record this, right? Because
do you
really
play with the licensed music?
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't streaming, so I just had the licensed music playing. So thank you guys so much for being here on this wonderful another cold ass day here in Chicago. Infinite Umbra knows what's up, my Chicago brethren. It is freezing outside. What is it currently right now? It is a balmy 13 degrees Fahrenheit. Balmy. Yeah.
Balmy.
Yeah. Earlier today it was like -2, and it was like with -20 with wind chill. So right now, if you go outside, it's like probably 0 degrees with the wind chill. It is nice and hot out there. Just a standard Chicago day in winter. With all that said, we're gonna be starting the show. So if you guys can do us a big favor, make sure you hit the like button. Please share this out on social media. Let everybody know that the Xbox 2 podcast is live and everything is working properly. Let everybody know that maybe you should skip the first, minute or two, so they don't hear the incredible. I wonder if that's going to actually cause any problems. It shouldn't have been playing that long to actually cause any problems.
Oh yeah, we might get copyright strike.
We might get copyright strike, and I have to get rid of it again.
Good,
but,
GG, Rand.
Yeah, that was my fault. Can't blame anybody for that, but. We do have a lot here to talk about. Coalition, new IP, all these games getting shut down at the same time. Xbox's E3 plans, Redfall, like a whole bunch of different stuff. So make sure you guys hit the like button. But first, before we go on all that, we got some housekeeping we need to get in order. And, this week we have a brand new sponsor for the show, and that is Raycon. So
Raycon.
Yeah, every single year everybody makes New Year's resolutions, right? And most time, people break them. I mean, I had a couple New Year's resolutions. One to one was to basically make more content, which I've sort of failed in that regard. I failed you. I failed myself. I made 6 videos last month, which I should have made more. I'm going to try to get back on that, but been a little bit busy. Haven't really been able to make videos the way I've wanted to. Granted, that's not the most important part. The most important resolution I had for this year was to lose a whole bunch of weight. I'm lost 70 pounds so far, and that's a combination of basically eating properly, or like eating right, and also exercising. And I'm a big dude, so exercising is something I don't normally do. I've been trying to go out for walks, and I've tried doing that in the past, and it just doesn't necessarily work for me because I get bored. But with my Raycon earbuds, I actually enjoy going out for the brisk strolls because I can just pair it to my phone and listen to Spotify, so I can just walk like a mile or two and then go back home. So Raycon is a premium audio at a perfect price point, so you can build great habits without breaking the bank. I use them basically when I go out and walk around the block to help myself lose some weight and get a little bit more energy. I also use them because you can use them for anything. I use them for this podcast right now. Before I was using really cheap $10 audio, buds, and the quality wasn't very good. But with Raycon, they're wireless. They sound amazing, and I feel like, unlike earlier today, I'm a better podcaster for it. So whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party, Raycon's got you covered. And yep, Raycons start at half the price of other premium audio brands. So you don't even have to choose between products. You can get one of each or a pair and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of the other guys. Even if you know you love Raycons as much as I do, Raycon wants to make sure you feel great about your purchase. They offer buy now, pay later options. Every purchase has an easy and free return guarantee. And I personally like the feel, going from cheap earbuds to premium earbuds. You can definitely feel the difference. And, the call quality. Like when I'm in the call here with Jez, everything is just crystal clear. So, yeah, Raycon is definitely something I will be using to try to help on my weight loss journey as well on my podcast journey. So if you're ready to buy something small with a big impact, go to buyraycon.com/XB2 today to get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/XB2 to score 15% off. buyraycon.com/XB2. Thank you to Raycon for sponsoring this episode. And, we also got some the wonderful people at Patreon, Jez, who were, they got to hear the Jeff Grubb interview a little bit earlier, which was definitely something. But we got some questions at the end of the show, as we always do from them. But we also have a tier for shoutouts, which you can go and subscribe to at patreon.com/XB2. And Jez, you gonna try to do this in one breath this time?
I don't think so. I don't think we can do it in one breath.
Now? Okay.
We're just my lung capacity is just not really there. But let's give it a try anyway. This week's Patreon shoutouts, and thank you so much to everyone who subscribes to us on Patreon. Chris Panisse, Tharsman, Hey Blinkin, The Bearded Tate, Sleet XZ, Army Dude 52C, The Butter Jeans, Mr. Butter Jeans, sorry, William Schumacher, Ryan Keipel, Foreign Object, Mythic Mighty, Tyler, Gunstar75, Moronic Donkey 99, CMoney, Mario Kart Madman on YouTube, Macazilla, Hi-Fi Rush sucks because of its graphics according to Sony Ponies, lol, question mark.
What?
We've
Wait,
also
what was that? Read that one again?
Hi-Fi Rush sucks because of its graphics according to Sony Ponies,
Jesus
lol, question mark. That's someone's name on Patreon. We've also got Randolph19. Hi, Rand. Silis, Eric Gregory, Elijah Vasquez, James Moore. Jez is starting an OnlyFans. Someone's name there with the funny joke. I'm not starting an OnlyFans, but maybe I should. We've also got Katriox, Ricky Fellon, Brian Tundra 1, Jasper Sharp, Joseph Campbell. I'm the original name changer. That other guy needs to watch out 1v1 on Rust. Mr. Joanna Dark, Justin Duell, Frank Marino, Peabro King, Justin Miller, Asa T, Madison, Untidy Tim, Grizzly Mofo OG, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Justin Sago, Andrew Courtney, Wuggerman Achievement, The Scarecrow 1-1, Darren Torpy, Professor JJ, Butterball 8, Ghostface Killer, Wolfgang KPZ, and raLf wiGUM. Thanks to everyone for subscribing on Patreon. It's the list is getting quite big.
Yeah.
When we set up these Patreon shoutouts and stuff, we thought like, oh, there's going to be like one or two, maybe three. So the list's getting quite big. Thanks to everyone for subscribing, and that's the cool stuff.
You should when we do the Xbox 2 Ultimate show, which is Patreon exclusive, we usually ask everybody there because it's a very, very small group of people that listen to us just talk about whatever. But we asked them who they wanted to see on the next podcast. Xbox 2+1, and mostly everybody said Jeff Grubb, and that was who I wanted to have on. When we started Xbox 2+1, there were certain people that I thought man, I really want to talk to him. So we started out with Colt because he's one of my best friends. Talk to him every day. Started out with Lord Cognito, same thing. One of my best friends. Talk to him all the time. And I was but we also need to get people from the industry, someone we don't really interact with too much on podcasts, because people can hear me on X and C, people can hear us on ILP, and one of the people I wanted to talk to was the Grubster, the Jeffrey Grubb. And I felt we had a pretty damn good episode with Jeff, so hopefully the Patrons enjoyed it. I know a lot of people signed up to listen to it because it started to spread. It wasn't the first day, Jez, which was interesting. It wasn't that Monday we did the show. It wasn't until Tuesday when stuff started to come out about what we talked about and the things that Jeff said. And, and it's very interesting to see how the internet can change things in real time, because
Yeah. Yes.
at first it was like, oh, just talked about Undead Labs' new IP, and we were like, Jeff never even mentioned Undead Labs. What's going on here?
Yeah.
Because it was like
I was like, wait, did that happen?
because it was
I
like a
really
game of
confused.
telephone, right? Because like
Telephone.
there wasn't, the patrons listened to it. Obviously, it went to Reddit, and someone said Undead Labs, but I don't think we even mentioned Undead Labs. And then it was like, Jeff confirms Hellblade 2 coming at the end of the year. Jeff confirms, without a shadow of a doubt, Starfield is coming in June. Like, to see people just take what Jeff said and slightly change it a little bit to make it seem definitive, when it really wasn't definitive at all. All Jeff said about Starfield coming in June was that that's where he would put his money. If he had to put his money down right now, when it would come, he would put his money on June. But those weren't the headlines. The headlines were, Jeff Grubb confirms Starfield in June. And then when we talked about what could come in the second half of the year, outside of Forza Motorsport, he was like, I could see Hellblade coming, 51%, on that. And that's what I've always been. I've always been like 50-50 on Hellblade coming at the end of the year. But I'm more positive that it will. Jez is a little bit more negative that it won't, but he was like, yeah, I think it might come this year. And then like the headlines are, Grubb says Hellblade 2 coming 2023 fall, and it's just like people, and then people take that as facts. They don't need to check the source. They don't need to listen to it. All they see is it's been slothed, right? Sloth has tweeted it out. Everybody sees it. Everybody now thinks it's true. Everybody thinks Jeff actually said these things, when like the conversation was definitely more nuanced. And you lose a lot of context without listening to it. So I thought that was pretty interesting. So,
well, everyone will be able to get their own context, because I've scheduled it on my channel. It's going to go out to the public very shortly. Monday, I think I've scheduled it for. So, I've set it up as a premiere. It'll have a live chat and stuff like that.
And then,
so
it'll go up to audio listeners as well. iTunes, Spotify, all that stuff, right?
Yeah. It's scheduled for Monday. So, like, if you're not subscribed to the Patreon, and there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever, you'll be able to listen to the Jeff Grubb guest podcast on Monday
at the
usual time.
That was a lot of fun. Although one of the complaints was apparently I didn't let you talk too much, I guess, or something.
They said I didn't talk too much, so.
Oh well, I just had so many questions.
The focus was on Jeff.
Yeah, it was just like we were talking to Jeff, and I had so many questions I wanted to ask him. But I guess the question is, who do we have for the next guest?
Yeah,
there's a lot of people we could go through.
Well,
that's the thing.
Chat can drop suggestions, or join our Discord, which now is a custom URL, by the way.
Yeah, we have enough boost.
/.
But I think
XB2
I saw something that says we're going to be losing it. So anybody in the Discord that has an extra spare Discord, boost, make sure you boost the server. Yeah, let us know in the comments who you would like to see on Xbox 2+1. We could probably also make a Patreon post, and we'll talk about it in the Xbox 2 Ultimate show. Because there are definitely people in the industry that I want on to have. It'd be cool to have people from Xbox to come on, but I don't know if that necessarily happened. I don't know if you're really in their good graces right now, Jez, after what you did.
Yeah, after what I did.
After what you did. Although, people were definitely replying to you, so I don't think you're completely just shunned, Yeah,
we'll see.
So
it doesn't matter. I've got a job to do at the end of the day, so it doesn't matter what Xbox thinks.
So, with that said, I got to give a shout out to the newest member of the channel, Brandon Reeks. Appreciate you, man. Hope you enjoy all the the emotes and everything. We have people are saying obviously Phil Spencer. Like, of course, Phil Spencer.
I'd love to get Phil on, yeah, for sure.
Would be incredible, but if that ever came to be, like if we were ever able to interview Phil, and I think I talked to Phil. I was talking to Phil in like DMs the other day about Hi-Fi Rush and stuff. But if we were ever able to get Phil on the show, I don't think I would make it a Patreon exclusive.
No, if we ever got someone like Phil on, we wouldn't make it exclusive.
Although, like, it would benefit us greatly to make it a Patreon exclusive, clearly, because people definitely would want to listen to that. I think I would rather just have it on the normal Friday show.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Probably would be a recorded interview, right? I don't know if they like the whole live format, so it probably have to be recorded. But that'd be something that would, definitely not be locked behind a Patreon thing. So, but yeah, we got someone says Jim Ryan. Yeah, I'm sure Jim Ryan loves to do interviews on podcasts. I don't know. You've seen him out there lately. He's been all up on the PlayStation podcast being interviewed, right? Yeah. Colin Moriarty, King David, John from Spawnwave. Maddie plays would be a good one. John could be a really good one too. RDX, the whole RDX crew. That's a lot. So
Paris. I'd like to speak to Darius.
Tim Schafer, Alana Pierce. There's a lot of different people. I mean, I love the fact that everybody's basically shooting for the moon on this one.
You got to shoot for the moon, North Star, baby.
Playa says Idas on Reset Era said the CMA is readying to block the ABK deal. Kind of sad for us Xbox fans. I wanted Diablo 4 and Game Pass. Don't care about Call of Duty.
I don't know about that.
I mean, I also got a super chat about it too. It says insider info: CMA to block ABK confirmation on 10/2, which I think he means 10/2 as in like February 10th. So in 7 days. Could be over, Jez. 7 days. In 7 days, it could be over. CMA blocks it. FTC blocks it. What hope is there, bro? What hope would there be?
Yeah, if the CMA blocks it and the EU blocks it, and I think it could be game over. But oh well, they tried, eh? Maybe they can put that $69 billion towards reviving Windows Phone.
Yeah, I doubt that would happen. That $69 billion would go to other stuff. So
yeah, you know where it'll go to?
Well, what?
AI.
AI? Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
More chat GPT stuff.
More bullshit, yeah. Oh, well.
But
Sony wins. No competition for the console industry.
No competition, indeed. Even, considering, like, when you look at Xbox's financial report from the last quarter and PlayStation's financial report, they're like two companies, two gaming brands going in two different directions. One,
one going down and one going up.
One going up by quite a bit, one going down by, a little bit, but it's still never to go down, especially this early in the gen. And everybody and all the regulators are like, nope. We got to keep it the way it is. We're concerned about the future of streaming, even though streaming doesn't even really exist right now. And
Sony doesn't even want to invest in it.
Yeah, and Sony doesn't even want to invest in it. And game subscription services can't do. Nope. It's not. Can't do that either. Even though Sony's subscription service is bigger, right? Has more users. Can't do that. Can't do that at all. So we gotta block it. Call of Duty's too important. But it would ruin Sony. I mean, hey, if they both get blocked, I guess shout out to PlayStation's lawyers. They played a good game. When everybody thought it would actually get, completed, to find out it would actually get blocked, definitely would be a black eye for Microsoft. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a nightmare if it gets blocked.
That definitely would be a black eye for Brad Smith, Phil Spencer, Satya, the lawyers they hired. Ooh, you definitely don't want that on your resume. Was the lead lawyer on the Microsoft Activision Blizzard thing that was completely blocked by every regulator in the world, even though it should have been an easy slam dunk considering the positions PlayStation and Xbox are in. But whatever. We'll talk about that if it actually does happen. So let me get through some of these super chats before we get into the wonderful topics we have this week. We have our buddy Sin Vendetta saying happy Friday, Rand Jez. Looking forward to a great show. Hopefully you guys have a great weekend ahead of you. Will you both be playing Hogwarts Legacy when it drops Monday night? I don't know
Hogwarts Legacy. I'm not planning to buy it personally. And no, that's not for political reasons or whatever. I just don't really like or care about Harry Potter that much. Never have, never will. Game looks all right. It looks really good. Like the game looks really good. From an analytical perspective, it looks like the studio's sort of coming into its own a little bit. They've had a few sort of, I don't want to say flops, but not particularly great games in recent years. This looks like it could be a big deal for them and help grow the studio. So I'm excited about it for them and looking forward to seeing what the reviews are. But I'm not. I'm not really interested in it for myself. I don't know if you feel differently though, Rand.
About Hogwarts Legacy?
Hogwarts Legacy. Are you going to pre-order it? Are you interested in playing it?
Well, so here's the great thing about this is that I'll be playing it, but I don't have to pay for it.
Oh, console sharing, right?
Yeah. So my console buddy, my console share buddy on the Xbox, he really, really wants to play it. So he already bought the $80 version for Hogwarts Legacy, and which means I have it. So if I want to play it on Monday, I can play it on Monday if I want. I don't know. I have read the Harry Potter books. I've seen all the films. My sister was just insane Harry Potter fan. And I talked to her the other day, and she actually wants to get one of these systems to play this. She doesn't play video games, but she knows about this video game, and she wants to play this video game. So she was asking me about the PlayStation 5 because all the advertisements are for PlayStation, and I was like, Sarah, we're an Xbox household. What are you talking about PlayStation? We're an Xbox household. What are you doing? I'm joking. I didn't actually say that, but she wants to live out that Harry Potter fantasy that she's always had ever since she's read the books back when she was a kid, and this is probably going to give that to a lot of people. She hates all the vile stuff that J.K. Rowling tweets about and all that on all those things, but Harry Potter in that world is very meaningful for her, so she wants to play it. And I just find it interesting that someone like my sister who hasn't played a video game, I think the last video game she played was probably back on the PS2 or like a PC version of those Harry Potter games back then. So she's not somebody.
Yeah, dude, my girlfriend's literally exactly the same. The last video game she played was one of those terrible PC Harry Potter licensed games, and she wants to play Harry Potter as well for this reason. The only game she really plays now is like Tetris on the Nintendo Switch or like puzzle games, side-scrolling games. I think she played the new Super Mario Brothers and stuff, but she really, really wants to, play this game because it's Harry Potter and it means a lot to her. So, yeah, I think it could convert a lot of non-gamers to real, quote-unquote, real gamers, maybe. It's going to be an interesting game because I tweeted that I didn't expect Harry Potter to outsell Diablo, for example. Diablo's multiplayer, it's a big established franchise and stuff. But maybe I really underestimate the sort of brand power that, Harry Potter represents. And it's kind of devastating in a way for Xbox. They're not even allowed to mention the fact the game's on Xbox.
I know. They're not even allowed. There's not even a trailer for Harry Potter and Hogwarts Legacy on the Xbox store. That's how strict those Sony marketing dollars are at work. Can't even have a trailer. Which is, Sony goes, they're aggressive, man. They play for blood. They're like, well, we're spending money on our marketing shit. Like, you're going to buy it here because we're going to make sure that basically nobody even knows you can play it elsewhere. That's what's going on here. But that's why, like, this game's it's going to be one of the best-selling games of the year. Maybe even the best-selling game of the year because there is no new Call of Duty game, even though there probably is going to be, like, they're probably going to package this Call of Duty expansion as, like, a new product or whatever, right? But, like, this is going to be absolutely massive. I mean, the fact that my sister, who doesn't play video games, hasn't played anything since the PS2 gen, wants to get a PS5 to play specifically this game and this game only, I can only imagine there's plenty of other people just like that in the same shoes that wants to relive that nostalgia of like, hey, this was very important to me as a kid. I don't really play video games, but I want to play this one. And I've even seen reports that it's like already the best-selling game it's been the best-selling game on Steam pre-order wise.
Yes.
Best-selling game on Xbox as well as PlayStation 5. Like it's gonna do numbers, bro. It's gonna do ridiculous numbers. But
yes, it is.
I'm not paying for it. My buddy has it through GameShare, which is a wonderful thing on Xbox as well as PlayStation. I might even be taking a trip to New Zealand that day, if you know what I mean. Taking the old.
I thought you were serious for a minute there. I was like, wait, Rand's going all the way to New Zealand? Why? No. I was like, oh right, I get it.
Yeah. So I might be playing it on Monday. I don't know. We'll see. Like I'm not really still sold on that game, but whatever. We'll see. I wonder when the reviews will come out, but yeah, I might be playing it. Fighting D-Dog says, really want a Titanfall Tactics or third-person RPG. I love Apex, but Apex is goofy. Titanfall has a war tone. That campaign was great. Titanfall's campaign was great. Titanfall 1, Titanfall 1 was the last physical game I've bought. Like, seriously, I bought, like, every gen the way it always goes. I get a system, so I get a PS2, buy all the games, right? Next gen comes, sell the PS2, sell all the games. Xbox One started off, bought some games, gameflied some stuff that I wanted to play, because you can't buy everything. I'm not rich. Then Titanfall 1, I think, was the last time I bought a physical game, and it was my last midnight excursion. I went out to GameStop, waited in line, got Titanfall, that big Xbox exclusive. Man, like some of the games Xbox had at the beginning of the Xbox One gen, they definitely had a lineup there that was pretty good. Titanfall 1 was definitely one of those, and the multiplayer was sublime.
So good.
So
Titanfall
freaking
1
good.
multiplayer, so damn good.
And then they did Titanfall 2, single player campaign, one of the best, incredible. But people really weren't too hot on the multiplayer of Titanfall 2, and it was sandwiched in between Call of Duty Infinite Warfare and Battlefield 1. Like, Call of Duty and Battlefield 1 were like the bun, and in the middle was Titanfall 2, and it just didn't perform well at all. And then
I really hate EA for that. I really hate them for that, because it really does feel like EA did that on purpose. Like, I can't help but feel like someone at EA was like, yeah, let's hurt Titanfall so we get a better bargaining position to buy the studio. I can't help but think that. I know it's a long conspiracy theory, and it's probably not true. I think probably what really happened is EA thought, oh yeah, we can take on Call of Duty and have our typical Battlefield install base. That's not what happens. That's not what happens when Call of Duty is thrown into the mix. So I don't know. But EA did that game dirty. They did it dirty, and to this day it pisses me off. But oh well.
Yeah, they really did that game dirty. And there's always that conspiracy theory that they did it intentionally. So, like...
Yeah, I just said that.
Yeah. But I don't know how true that is, right? Because I think they shut down Visceral so they could buy Respawn, if I'm remembering the events correctly. I remember reading something about that when it happened, and it was a good pickup, incredible pickup for EA, because not only did they go and give them one of the biggest free-to-play games out there currently, Apex Legends, but also kind of brought back the single-player aspect to EA, because Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order sold so well, and now you have the sequel coming out. So it was like, yeah, it was one of those pickups there. I was like, phew, like, good job there. But the fact that Titanfall is essentially a dead franchise now, I don't think we'll ever get something. And then there are the reports that from Jeff Grubb that, it wasn't from Jeff. Well, it was and it wasn't. So Jason Schreier had basically pointed out that during EA's fiscal call, they had basically also canceled a single-player game that was going to take place in the Titanfall Apex Legends universe. And people were like, oh, man, what could have been? What could have been? And I was even... This is what happens when things like this is like, you hear about this, like whatever this game was. Titanfall Legends, I think, was its like code name or something.
Titanfall Legends, yeah.
And I think Jeff talked about it a little bit on his podcast. There were some things like wall running. It was supposed to be inspired by Doom Eternal. Like Titans weren't being made anymore, but BT was going to be back and all these sort of things, right? And I was just like, I was reading that. I was like, the thing is, like, the game really doesn't exist, right? There wasn't many people working on it, but in your head, you're building up something magnificent, right? You're building up a game that would be like so good. So when you hear about this cancellation, you just get disappointed, because in your head it's like, oh, they just canceled a masterpiece. They just canceled Titanfall 3. They just canceled this other thing. Even though, like, we have no idea what progress the game was in. Was it actually going to be good? When it actually was coming out, it's just like, the imagination runs wild, you know?
Yeah, the imagination runs wild, but like the thing that sort of pulled me back down to earth was there was supposedly only 50 people working on it.
Yeah.
I don't know how I don't know how much of a sort of blockbuster could have possibly been if it was a sort of relatively smaller team. I don't know, like teams of 50 can do amazing things. Yes. Don't get me wrong. But I also do wonder, like, how much of a scope are we talking about here? So the other thing could be like there was only 50 people working on it at that point, which would indicate that maybe it was in total pre-production, conceptual phase. They're building prototypes. They're not actually in full production yet. So there's like absolutely no indication to what extent it would have been a thing, basically. So that kind of pulled me back down to earth a little bit, but it's no less painful. Because it's just another, nail in my opinion of EA's coffin. Yeah, I put my opinion of EA is in a coffin. That's where it lives.
In a coffin.
In a coffin.
What?
Yeah,
okay, in your opinion, who's worse, or who do you like better, EA or Ubisoft?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, it's like not even.
At least EA's teams are like competent. At least that's really hard. It's definitely EA, because EA occasionally will put out a banger like Dead Space. They'll do it very occasionally. And also EA is home to some of my most favorite franchises of all time, like Dragon Age and Mass Effect, you know. And I want to believe, and everything I've heard about the next Dragon Age is very, very positive, that it's going back to sort of the game's roots, that it's like, you know, the sort of the days of EA trying to turn BioWare into a live service studio, done and dusted. I want to believe that stuff. So while while EA corporate is an awful hole and their shareholder culture is horrible, they still occasionally put out good stuff, like Jedi Fallen Order, for example. And the next Jedi game you've got to expect is going to be really good. And even though I'm not a fan, like, I can appreciate Apex Legends, but there's just nothing about Ubisoft that I appreciate right now, which is really harsh to say, but I don't know. Maybe maybe Ubisoft will have its renaissance too. I really hope they will, because again, there's a lot of beloved franchises there. I'm just beyond done with what they've been putting out, I guess. So, yeah, I don't know.
What else we got here? We have Nerdy Meathead saying, "Hey boys, I'm just out my patrol car freezing my boys off listening to you guys. Jeff Grubb announced yesterday in his podcast called LeSean is canceling a game to go work on Gears 6.
Who?
He says Jeff Grubb announced yesterday in his podcast called LeSean, LISHAN, is canceling a game to go work on Gears 6. I have no idea.
I don't know if that is.
Anybody in chat know what Nerdy Meathead's saying here about the company called LeSean canceling a game to go work on Gear 6? I mean, we will be talking about the Coalition news a little bit later, but I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about there particularly. Oh, he means the Coalition? Oh, is that...
Oh, the Coalition.
He just calls it... He literally spells it LISHAN. Like, that's not even... Oh, Coalition. Oh, okay. That must be like... Would that be autocorrect that did that instead of the Coalition? It's literally spelled out...
Maybe voice to text.
Yeah, it's
a lot of people use that.
It's CALL space capital LISHAN. So I was just like, what is that? Because, like, okay, sometimes people misspell stuff all the time, and I'm like, usually I can tell what it is. This one I was like, what is Coalition? I was just like, what is going on? Yeah, we'll definitely be talking about that Nerdy Meathead particular in a little bit. So, because I think you helped out Jeff on that one, didn't you? I mean, there's a whole story that goes along with that.
I didn't help him per se, but like
you pointed him in the right direction, right?
I don't think so. No. I think you'd already heard similar, but we did talk about it though yesterday. So yeah, well I'll talk about that in a bit.
Euromail says incredible bit right here. This is a bit. I wish I could say it was a bit, but it definitely wasn't. I'm sitting there really thinking like, what is Coalition? Actually, what is he talking about? Gina Marie.
I would have got that straight away. So,
Would you have?
yeah, I guess.
Well, because you're smarter than me. You're the managing editor of a website. I'm just some YouTuber dude. Can't speak.
Yeah, no, you know what it is? It's because you read too much.
I read too much. What do you mean?
Yeah, so you were being too literal with it.
Oh,
I would have
okay.
read that as someone's voice in my head, and I would have been like, "Oh yeah, that's what he means." Because you read too much, I think you were being a bit too literal with it.
Fair enough. James, shout out to my buddy James Shields in chat. He goes, Jez is short for LeSean. That's the mystery of his real name. That's a good one. That's a good one, James. That's a really good one. James was loving Hi-Fi Rush, but during this level that I'm showing, I wonder if he's getting bad flashbacks because he got to the part where he answered the phone to go into the boss room door, and he was like, okay, well, whatever. It's no spoiler that there's bosses in this game. Well, spoiler, I guess. They showed a lot of the boss even in the trailers, but so he's like, all right, I'm going to go to bed. Even though I'm literally at the end of the level, I'm about to fight the boss. I'm going to go to bed now. So he saves it and goes to bed. What happens when he wakes up and wants to play the game? Well, the door's open, but there's an invisible wall because the game thinks it's closed, even though it shows the door's open. So he can't progress. It's a game-breaking bug. Well,
snap son.
Yeah, so, James, I basically just showed you what you missed. You can tell it's like literally the end of the level. If you just waited 10 minutes before going to bed and you could have fought this incredible boss with the Wolfgang Mozart sick beat going on here, you would have been on. You could have beaten the game. I don't know. That's not. Yeah. Did you quick resume it, James? Maybe that was the issue because quick resume does have some problems at certain points in time. So, shout out to Tian for becoming the newest member of the channel. Appreciate you. Enjoy the emotes and everything. Let's see what else we got here. Gina Marie says, "I'm actually listening to you on the treadmill. Rand, your progress has been incredible. Keep up the great work. I'm doing my best. Every day is just. Sometimes you just." Sometimes everything goes well and you're eating properly, and then you just get those cravings sometimes. I started watching last night on Netflix. I started watching Alice in Borderland season 2. Have you watched that yet, Jez? Alice in Borderland?
Nah, my cousins keeps telling me to watch it though.
It's so good, dude. It's so good. I think I watched 3 episodes last night, but I think I've explained to you guys before how when I watch something on Netflix or when I watch TV in general, I start really craving some food. So I gave in and I ordered a burrito bowl, which is something I can have on the diet as long as, I'm not going out and ordering McDonald's or KFC or any of that stuff, right? I'm literally just, let me get some protein. Let me get a burrito bowl without the, the wrap. So I got a burrito bowl and some chips and stuff, and started watching Alice in Borderland season 2, watched 3 episodes, and it's pretty damn good. They got this one game right now that is pretty devious. Pretty devious. Anybody in chat watch Alice in Borderland Season 2 yet? I know I'm a little bit late. I think it came out in December, but I'm finally getting to it now. And I know they're still dropping episodes one by one for Vinland Saga. I'm going to watch that when it completely, catches up. And also, I still got to watch Last of Us. So but I'm gonna wait until all the episodes are live. So.
Oh yeah, your whole binge.
Yeah. I don't do stuff week to week. So, we have Face 23BKNY. What's up, buddy? He says, which game you think you're gonna enjoy more, and which game will be better? Remake, Rand Dead Space remake, or Resident Evil 4 remake? Wow, Ooh. That is definitely a very interesting question. Yeah, because. I mean, Dead Space is newer, right? Resident Evil 4 was a generation prior, so it's a GameCube game that came out in what year, Jez? What year did
don't ask me that.
Can you Google this really quickly, or do you want me to Google this? Because
I can Google it.
I'm curious. When was the first iteration of Resident Evil 4? I know it was a GameCube exclusive.
2005, January 11th, 2005.
But it was a GameCube game. It was a GameCube. I know it was. That's the reason I bought it.
GameCube. Yeah.
So it released that late into the gen on the GameCube. That's at the end because the.
Oh, maybe this is a bad result. Let me try again. Resident Evil 4 launch date
Yeah, I guess it could have been 2005. I'm thinking about it.
So this is what Bing says, right? This is what Bing, but sometimes the results Bing surfaces are incorrect. Okay, so yeah, it was January 11th, 2005. So Bing was
Yeah, people in
correct.
chat are saying 2005 January. All right, yeah.
Yeah, and it was the GameCube.
So it was the GameCube. So previous generation, although Dead Space 1 was 2008. So it was only 3 years later, but it was on...
it wasn't that long after.
Yeah, but it was on newer hardware, though. Like, Resident Evil 4 was on the GameCube, and Dead Space was on the 360 and PS3, so it was on a gen later. I thought there was more time separating between... I mean, Dead Space, honestly, is what? Resident Evil in space, is it not? I mean, it kind of is.
I mean, yeah, it kind of is.
So which one's going to be better? I mean, that's a tough question because I love Resident Evil 4. Like, my two favorite Resident Evil games of all time are Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 4. I love the whole franchise, but those have been my two favorites. So they already remade 2, and I absolutely adored it. Probably the best remake so far, considering what they went from, what Resident Evil 2 was, to what they made. And Resident Evil, right? Yeah, like Dead Space, the bones are there for Dead Space. Even though the remake is really impressive, I don't think it's on the level of Resident Evil 2, simply because they had to change everything for Resident Evil 2. This remake, though, is how you do it, because it stays faithful to the original, but it also expands upon it. Right, you have expanded lore. Nicole's a more fleshed out character, which is greatly needed, especially when you have Isaac, who actually speaks in this. And what an incredible decision! What a fantastic decision to throw away the fact that Isaac didn't talk in the first game. Right, he was a silent protagonist. I don't like silent protagonists. I understand why they don't have them. Like back when you're playing Half-Life and you're playing Doom, and the character doesn't talk. Like I get why you didn't have it then.
I like it in RPGs because I think of that as me. So like in Fallout and Elder Scrolls, I think it's better. But in a game like this, where it's a definitive character, you don't create the character. It's Isaac. It's not you. It's Isaac. You can't change the way it looks. You can't change anything like that. I think that's fine. I think it's better to have a voice protagonist in that situation.
Yeah, well, no, it works a lot more because a lot of people were put off by Isaac in Dead Space 2 because he was a lot more angry, a lot more antsy, considering he was completely voiceless in the first game. But if they're actually going to remake Dead Space 2, which you absolutely must, please, EA and Motive, hopefully this game sells enough with the horror renaissance that's going on. Hopefully this game sells enough. Please remake Dead Space 2, because where Isaac is now to like where he ends up kind of being sort of makes sense with the Isaac that's in this game, the one that actually speaks.
Finish it.
Well, I mean, you didn't finish it, sure, but I mean, like the game's still exactly the same. It's still very, very faithful. It's just that there are some things that are expanded upon, right? Like I said, yeah. Nicole. And there's like a whole side mission dedicated to her. There's some backstory to Isaac. There's some backstory between Isaac and his parents, and like what happened with like Nicole. So like there's a lot going on here that expands upon the lore of Dead Space to make it like a better experience for everybody. Try to understand why Isaac is doing the things he does, and his connection to Nicole and why he wants to see her again and all that stuff. So like
sorry, go on.
Well, like that's what I'm saying. Like, I need Dead Space 2 now. Like, they have to continue.
Do you agree with this?
What?
Do you agree with this take? I tweeted this last week. Or was it this week? I don't know. I got no concept of time. But I tweeted this saying what they should do is they should remake Dead Space 2 in the vein of Dead Space 1. Basically same, but expand upon it. But I think they should completely redo Dead Space 3. Completely redo it as a new game.
I was on Defining Duke sometime last year with Maddie and Lord Cognito, and the topic of Dead Space came up, right? And at that point, people were still a little bit iffy on it, because if you remember, the very first time they showed off Dead Space Remake was like the audio stuff, but people were like, ew, it doesn't look that good. What do you do? And this is one of the reasons why developers don't like showing off their games too early, because people bitch and complain. There's like people don't understand that these things are works in progress, and all the big kind of graphical fidelity always tends to get added at the very end almost, right? So they were showing off like the audio stuff, and people were just, this doesn't look good, and screw you, you're gonna screw this up, and blah blah. Like everybody was just
that was
hating
literally
on
me.
Yeah, that was you.
You sound exactly like me.
Well, that was also Maddie. Maddie was the same way, and I'm like, no, like I think it'll be good. And we talked about what we would like to see from the franchise, and I was like, if I'm doing this, I'm remaking Dead Space 1 and it's successful, I think in the community, Dead Space 1 and Dead Space 2 are sort of tied. There's like people like or love both games. Some people love the pure survival horror that is Dead Space 1, but then other people love the more action-y survival horror that is Dead Space 2. If you had to ask me which one I liked more, I would say Dead Space 2. I would say Dead Space 2 is my favorite, right? But I still love Dead Space 1. So I think there's like a split. People love, like, people's favorites 2 or people's favorites 1. But when you talk to people, nobody's favorite is 3. Most people don't like 3. So in my mind, it was like, if this is successful, you remake 1, which they did, and then you remake 2. Because it would be a bombastic game. I'm even imagining now, like, Dead Space 2 remade in like 4 years from now, and how incredible it could be. And can
I just interject with a sort of hot take?
Okay.
I actually think Dead Space 2's multiplayer is pretty good as well.
I never played the multiplayer, so
yeah.
I don't have anything to really say on that. But then you make a new Dead Space game. You make Dead Space 3. And you just completely make something new. You don't follow the story of Dead Space 3. You completely make it your own thing and continue on with the franchise in your own way. But you have to do the first 2 games. You absolutely have to. I will be bummed out, so bummed out, if they remake the first game and then they completely take it in a new direction. I want Dead Space 2 remade. Please. Please, I'm begging you, remake Dead Space 2. Then do whatever you want. That's what I want. Elijah Vasquez, member for 5 months, says, "Hope you fellas are doing well. Rand, I like to listen to podcasts when going for walks. It might keep you from being bored. Jez, looks like World of Warcraft is fun." Oh, of course, we agree with you on that. Yeah.
Well, it's the servers are full, which is something I haven't seen for a long time. So they're doing something right.
Yeah. I mean, apparently. What else we got here? We have God's Hitman saying, "I got a weird feeling that maybe Starfield will drop the same month or 30 days after they announce Hollow Knight. I got my knees on it." Well, that's interesting that you're basically saying 30 days after they announce Hollow Knight. I don't know what Hollow Knight's got to do with Starfield.
Yeah, that is interesting.
I don't know what that's got to do with anything. I know there's a lot of people betting. We still have our bet, right? $10. I think it's coming first half of the year. You bet that it's coming second half. But then
looking forward to my $10, baby.
Yeah, but then you 180.
That'll buy me 1 egg in this economy.
But true. Yeah. But you 180 not that long ago, a couple weeks ago. You 180 and said you thought it was coming the first half of the year. You aren't the only one thinking that's coming the first half of the year.
Shit. Yeah, I did.
You did 180. Are you about to 180 back?
Ah, damn it. Yeah, I did 180. I forgot about that.
Uh-huh. I remember everything.
Ah, man. Shit. Looks like you'll be buying 1 egg, maybe.
So now you're 180 back to second half of the year again?
No, I'm not. I'm with Jeff Grubb.
Grubb?
It's going to launch in June. Yeah.
Jeff Grubb?
I mean, speculatively, I'm expecting June.
You're expecting June? I would imagine if it's June, which I think that's the earliest it can be, I would expect the Starfield Showcase to be this month. At the latest, sometime in March. Because I know Shadow Drop's all the rage now. Everybody talks about it. I even saw Kelly Lombardi, who's like a marketer for Xbox, talk about it at the Hi-Fi Rush, or everybody's like, suddenly, now every game can be Shadow Dropped. And nobody wants to do, like, I just sort of feel like that. I know what Todd has said. Like, he would like to just announce a game and release it or whatever, but that's not going to happen for this game. I sort of feel like if you do the showcase, if you do the showcase in February and March, there's enough time for you to build up a marketing crescendo to have it come out in June. Because they're also going to want that reviewer phase where the reviews come out and, hopefully the game's great. Because if it, you know how extra hype, like when things are reviewed well, it gets that extra level of hype. Sure, people are excited for Hi-Fi Rush when it came out. People saw it. They're like, wow, that looks so unique. Such a breath of fresh air. And people were able to play it today. But it really took it from the next step because it was actually really effing good. And the reviews were, like, incredible. Like, I think it's got an 89 right now. Maybe it goes up to 90. People are excited for Elden Ring, right? All the trailers. People are like, finally, yes. And then the reviews came out. And then it took that next level of hype. And, went on to sell 17 million copies or whatever it has. God of War, same thing. Like the big Sony games that score 90s plus. Like, a well-reviewed game that's in the 90s or close to it just adds that extra level of hype that pushes your game a little bit further. So, Microsoft, in my opinion, will start, they start the hype up, start the marketing cycle, whatever you want to call it, with the showcase. Whether it's February or March. If it's coming in June, I'm saying, if it's coming in June, I think you got to do a showcase by end of March. Because you need April and May. Presumably, you would want to have it in February so you can start hitting people in the head. Like March, April, May, boom, here's the marketing. And then you could have that reviewer phase where everybody reviews the game, and then if it's really good, like we hope it is, people have talked about, Cold Eastwood's mentioned on his podcast. You've also alluded to it in your tweets. Everything that you hear about Starfield. Who are you talking to, by the way, that's playing Starfield that gets you so excited?
I can't tell you, bro.
You can't tell you? Are you still really
my dad's uncle's cousin works for Xbox.
Your dad's uncle's cousin. Well, that makes me very excited now that your dad's cousin works there.
Yeah, in fact, that's where I get all my leaks, man. My dad's uncle's cousin works for Xbox, and he tells me all the leaks, and he can also get you banned from Xbox Live. So let me win all the games. Thanks.
Yeah. So,
did you ever get someone pull that at you on Xbox Live, where you 360 no scope them on Call of Duty, and then they send you a DM on a PM or whatever on Xbox saying, "My dad works for Xbox, and I'm going to get you banned for being a hacker." You never have that?
Actually, no. I don't really play that. I haven't really played a lot of multiplayer games recently, so I don't really get a lot of messages. I used to when we used to play PUBG and we would just rinse kids. Or even Warzone, people would send you messages being like, "You cheated," and it's like, no, we didn't. I think my buddy Magic would get messages from people he would utterly destroy in Halo and stuff like that. Because Magic is just another level beyond. Like he's, yeah, man. He could probably went pro if he instead of going to work at Xbox and now Minecraft, if he actually stuck to it, he probably could have been pro at whatever Halo, because he's just that good at stuff, right? And if it's got a gun in it, he's amazing in it. But yeah, so like I said, Starfield, you added the marketing, and then you have the reviews, and if the reviews are good, granted, if the reviews are bad, well then, right? Then you got negative hype. But if the reviews are good, then it adds that extra level of hype that all games get that when they review well, and then it just feeds into everything. So we'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. We have a super chat here from Mr. 2 Opinionated. If Microsoft loses this ABK deal, why not Sony at their own game with their wallet? Hashtag heel Phil, hashtag Hollywood Phil, hashtag XWO or Xbox World Order.
Yeah, I'm if the deal gets blocked, the era of Kumbaya has to be over. The
Kumbaya era. Yeah.
The sheer sabotage that Sony has managed to inject here will be truly palpable.
The sheer controversy, as Jed would say, right? You'd say.
Yeah, I mean they've effectively impacted thousands of shareholders in two of the biggest companies in gaming. And like, it'll be a disservice to Microsoft shareholders if they don't start getting serious about this shit. I don't want to see these kind of Hogwarts Legacy marketing deals anymore. You know, I want to see teeth. I want to see Microsoft with those kind of deals, which they can't afford it. Yeah, they'll have to pay a premium, but this is the kind of user acquisition. These are user acquisition costs at this point. You know, like when you've got a game in this economy and there's so much competition, acquiring users is like a huge part of the business. If you build it and they will come, no longer applies in gaming. You have to pay a lot of money to acquire those users, and Xbox ain't doing it to the same level as Sony right now. That has to change if this deal doesn't go through. You know, we'll see what happens. I want heel Phil. I want heel Phil, man. I really want.
I don't know. I'm not sure what would happen if the deal went through. I know a lot of people want him to be like, hey, basically be Hollywood Hogan, snatch up all the deals with that money, but I'm not sure that would be what happened, bro. I mean, Phil's already talked about the idea of Xbox needing a mobile presence in the future. He even said, like, Xbox doesn't have mobile, it's untenable. The business would become untenable, which is basically a synonym for hard as hell. It'd be dead, essentially. So I would imagine if the deal doesn't go through, the first thing they would focus on is probably trying to figure out which mobile publisher or mobile devs they need to buy. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But we still got some time left. I don't know. We'll see what happens with all this stuff. Maybe you're right. Sin Vendetta's back again. He says, it looks like Hogwarts review embargo is February 6th at 4 a.m. Pacific time, so we should start seeing reviews on Monday morning. I'm predicting an 84 Metacritic. Well, at least the reviews are dropping before, I believe, the deluxe edition games start unlocking. So I'd be interested. I wonder, I definitely wonder which reviews are going to talk about the controversy surrounding the game, and if we can in good faith give this game a score or whatever they'll say right out.
I don't know.
Leaky.
I don't know. We're not reviewing that way. We're just focusing on the software at the end of the day. People need to make their own minds up about the politics surrounded it. Not our place to tell
that's
people.
True. Leaky Hump says, saw Itis right now. He didn't say it's confirmed. Deal is dead. Okay. I'll have to take a look at that thread eventually whenever this show's over. Gina Marie says, I know this is unrelated, but did you guys see the leak of the Baten Kaitos remake? Any info on that, Jez? I did see the leak about the remake.
What leak?
Baten Kaitos, like that GameCube game, apparently is getting remastered or remade for presumably just the Nintendo Switch. I did see that. So Jez doesn't know anything about it. He probably didn't even play that game when it was available.
Never heard of it. What is it?
It's an RPG. You know, RPG in the same vein of a Chrono Cross or whatever. Callian Brown says, you think they will remake Resident Evil 5?
Nah, that Resident Evil 5 is a sort of Dead Space 3 scenario, I think.
You think so?
Well, this is weird, right? Because I think Resident Evil 5 is probably the Resident Evil that I played the most.
Okay.
Even though it's nowhere near my favorite in the franchise. Me and my brother, for some reason, we played that game to death. We did like every single difficulty. We unlocked literally everything. I don't know why. I mean, it was fun, but it was like, it's not what I want from Resident Evil. I want that sort of typical sort of, you know, survival horror experience. But it very much almost felt like an arcade game playing in co-op. And it wasn't bad. You know, it wasn't, I mean, I played it quite a lot, even though I'm complaining about it. So, you know, it's... But I just want true survival horror from that stuff. And I think Resident Evil 5, even though it did pretty well, I think, that marked the decline of the franchise for a long time. And then that sort of, you know, the period of, you know, Resident Evil Revelations 2 and Resident Evil 6.
That 5 wasn't like the decline of Resident Evil. I think the decline started with 6.
It was the start.
I
mean, Resident Evil 5 blindsided people. And
sure.
I think Resident Evil, because Resident Evil 6 was co-op as well, and
6 was
they tried to implement feedback from 5 into 6, and it was like, yeah, let's try and appeal to everyone, and they ended up appealing to no one.
Right, and but after 6 came out, 7 and 8 both went to first person. It's because people didn't like 6 at all. 5 is the one that's kind of like, okay, you went from Resident Evil 4 and GameCube. Resident Evil 5 is, you know, on the 360 and the PS3. I think it sold incredibly well. there are people that don't like it for whatever reason, mainly because, I believe that's the first game that also implemented like gun-toting zombies, which really don't make any sense. And then 6, people did not like the direction. I guess you could say 5 started changing Resident Evil in that direction, and then 6 was the one that took it fully into that action aspect, which people hated. And they basically had to go back to the roots to true survival horror, but did it FPS-wise with Resident Evil 7, which has sold incredibly well. And 8 sold well, and then instead of doing third-person Resident Evils, they basically started remaking stuff. Let's remake 2. Let's remake 3. Let's remake 4. So the question is, are they done with the remakes? Because it's been really successful for them. So do you stop here? Do you remake Resident Evil Code Veronica? Is that what the next game? Do you remake Resident Evil 5 and then remake Resident Evil 6 and change them up? Like, I'm kind of curious to see what they're going to do, because they're going to continue on with like Resident Evil 9, Resident Evil 10. I don't know if they'll continue on first person. I think they should, because I think first person works beautifully for these type of games. But I'm curious to see where the remakes stop for the Resident Evil franchise. Do they go all the way back and remake Resident Evil 1 again? Do you remake Resident Evil 0?
I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind another remake of Resident Evil 1. Like, Resident Evil 1 remake's good, but like they should just do it exactly the same, but in the new engine with the same graphics. I think that Resident Evil 1 is one game that I think deserves a second remake.
Probably, yeah. You could make it in the vein of Resident Evil 2 would be incredible. Yeah, they really should. It's incredibly popular. So it's like, what do you think? So what do you think they do after 4? Do they remake Code Veronica, remake 5, or do they go back and remake Resident Evil 1 or Resident Evil 0?
I think they give it a break.
You think they give it a break?
Remake of Dino Crisis.
That's not,
They have to do Dino Crisis.
They're not doing Dino Crisis.
They will. Shut up, Rand. You don't know shit, bro. They're going to do Dino Crisis next, bro. I know it, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I would love to see Dino Crisis being remade, but yeah. Chuck Norris, Hi-Fi Rush is the GOAT. Hopefully Microsoft sees the success and we get more shadow drops and less waiting 5 years plus for games. I mean, I think there'll be more shadow drops, but I don't expect them anytime soon. I definitely don't expect them at the next Developer Direct or E3. Those are going to be just once in a blue moon type situations where the game's ready and it's like, all right, you can put it out. I don't think this is just, the next Developer Direct's here and we got a game ready to shadow drop. I think people need to get that out of their head at this point in time. It worked incredibly well for this game. Doesn't mean it's going to work for every game, but I could see Microsoft doing it in the future. I don't expect them to do it anytime soon, really. So, Jay Blueberry says, "Hi guys, love the podcast. Have a great day. I know this is very off topic. Who do you think Microsoft will buy Asobo after the ABK deal stuff ends?" I mean, the question is, how does the ABK stuff end? Right? If it ends if it ends where Microsoft actually acquires ABK and they can go after other things, then yeah, maybe a team like Asobo's on the radar. Maybe a certain affinities on the radar for the 343 Halo stuff, because that's where I'm a little concerned about. Like, you have all the stuff going on with 343 and Halo, which we'll talk about, but like, Microsoft ran into problems relying on third parties to make games for them during the Xbox One gen. Like, I know everybody likes to point to the DRM and all that stuff and Sony undercutting them on price as reasons why that gen was a failure, which is true, but don't forget, like, they let, they had Crytek make Rise, they had Insomniac make Sunset Overdrive, and Microsoft didn't own the IPs. They had to talk with them, and for whatever reason, we couldn't get a Rise 2 and we didn't get a Sunset Overdrive 2. You look at like Quantum Break, we only got one. Crackdown, the whole situation with that. So like, I think like, who's it? Craig Duncan? No, not Craig Duncan. Duncan Jones, I believe, right? Was his company was
Duncan
doing
Jones. Yeah.
It was doing all the cloud tech stuff. Yeah, for
Giant.
Crackdown 3. And then all of a sudden they got bought out by Epic. So then they weren't doing it anymore. And it was just like, now who's going to do this stuff for this thing we promised? And I sort of feel like that's a situation that could rear its ugly head again with Certain Affinity. If they're as Jason said in his article, they're the ones that have been making the Halo Battle Royale, but Jason even talked about how that might be changed or might be expanded, might be bigger now. But also it's like somebody could come snatch Certain Affinity up and like suddenly now you lose your extra Halo developer or any of these other support teams that Microsoft relies on for their franchises. Yeah. Granted, with the economy and the downturn and everybody, all these layoffs and all these companies slashing budgets for everything, maybe we're going to see a decrease in acquisitions. So something like Certain Affinity maybe not be bought at this point in time, but there's still that worry that you relied on these third parties before to make your exclusive games. Like, it would really suck if Certain Affinity's really good. Like, if they release a next Halo game and it's fantastic, but then somebody comes and buys them. So it's like, oh, shit. Like, you sort of need to bring them in-house as soon as possible so you don't have that scenario play out. So it's like, as far as Asobo, I'm sure they have a list of studios they would like to talk to have partnerships and stuff. But like I said, if ABK goes well, then maybe they look, they have the direction they would go. If it ends poorly, if it gets blocked, then I'm sure Xbox has other more important things they need to worry about to look at. Their priorities would have shifted. So we'll just have to wait and see how all that plays out.
Yeah.
And hopefully we find out soon. Michael Mooney says, what's the chances Forza Motorsports has game preview instead of full release before June? I would say 0%. I do not think, unless you have insider information on this one, Jez, I do not think Forza Motorsport releases hit game preview. They would I'm sorry, but Microsoft would get clowned for doing that. It makes sense for a game like Grounded that has 12 developers, but like Forza Motorsport from your stalwart team at Turn 10 for one of your biggest franchises, granted it's not the biggest of the Forza games, but like, oh, by the way, Forza Motorsport's in game preview. Like, what? That'd be almost, maybe not on the same level, but that'd be like, oh, the next Halo game's in game preview. What? What do you mean? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, Microsoft kind of like, I spoke to people at Microsoft about this before, like, why don't they put more of their games in preview? And yeah, it's that for that reason that you said, they get clowned for it. So I don't think it releases in game preview, even though like I don't have an issue with that, and I doubt anyone here would have an issue with that. I think like for some games, bigger games, you'd want to hope that they're actually paying for proper QA and proper testing, you know. So yeah, I guess we'll see what happens, but I don't think so.
Yeah. I think that's it for now. So let's move on to what we've been playing before we get into these amazing topics. So you guys, make sure you do us a big favor and hit that like button, subscribe if you're new to the channel, and
we're only just getting into.
Well, we're getting to everything. Yeah. So what have you been playing this week? And if it's anything other than if it's World of Warcraft, we don't want to hear about it. I know it's World of Warcraft. It's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I play it all the time. Servers are always full. All this usual BS that you constantly give me all the time. Have you been playing anything else?
Yes, I have. I've been playing Nier Automata.
Oh, that's right. You did tell me that. Yeah.
I don't know if I mentioned that. I completed the first scenario, I suppose you call it. And right now, this might make people mad, but I think it's a little bit overrated.
Really? Overrated?
Yeah, I didn't think the story was that interesting. The music's great, the combat's great. And right now, my thought on the story is that's it. But that isn't it, apparently, because you have to complete it multiple times to find out the real story. So we're currently persevering through Scenario B, which is irritating because it's basically playing the exact same game again with a slightly different character, slightly different gameplay style. So yeah, that's one game I've been playing. Other game I've been playing a lot is Monster Hunter Rise. Kind of addicted to that at the moment. I just think it's great. I'm really pissed at the implementation of multiplayer though, because I can't play with my brother because our router doesn't support it. So Monster Hunter's peer-to-peer multiplayer solution is not supported by my router, which means we can't play together. Yeah, my router. Router, yeah. So that's irritating. What else I've been playing? I think that's basically it for stuff I can talk about.
Ooh.
I've been playing 2 of the games that I can't talk about that are coming up because February is a very jam-packed kind of month.
It is very jam-packed.
And there are a bunch of games that I've got for review right now, which is really, really fun and cool. So, yeah, that's pretty much all I can talk about this week. So there'll be a bunch of more stuff I can talk about next week. Offer my thoughts on. But yeah, that's it for me. What have you been playing? I haven't really touched Hi-Fi Rush very much.
Can I ask you about Nier Automata, whatever,
Sure.
However you say it?
Nier
Are you
Automata.
actually going to see through to the end? Because I know people think, okay, so you have ending A, right? Are you going to get ending B? Then are you going to get the other ending so you can get the true ending? Or is this going to be a Jez thing where you just move on to other stuff because you don't finish games, you know?
Nah, I'm definitely gonna go through this one. Like, I'm actually making a point of it now because I'm sick of your BS about it.
You better. I'm doing this for your benefit. I want you to beat more games, Jez. Okay.
Well, it's a scatterbrain thing, you know, I suppose. So I'm gonna try. Like, that's why I haven't touched Hi-Fi Rush yet, because I know if I start it, I'll never finish Nier Automata. So I'm sort of restricting myself to Nier Automata as my go-to single-player game. Monster Hunter Rise is my go-to multiplayer game, and then World of Warcraft is my go-to service. Yeah,
service games. The service apocalypse this week, right?
Yeah, service apocalypse. World of Warcraft is one game that isn't undergoing an apocalypse. It's undergoing something of a renaissance right now. Been reviewing that all week. So there's going to be 3,000 words nobody's going to read.
Jason B says just one ending is sufficient. I disagree with you, Jason B. I don't think one ending is sufficient in Nier Automata. Granted, the second ending or the second playthrough isn't very unique compared to the first, but the other ones are. I think that's a game. I mean, you'd be like, I beat Nier Automata. I got the one ending, but did you really though? You kind of need more in the other endings as well, and some of the other endings are also shorter. So, but yeah, so. Obviously, the footage here is from Hi-Fi Rush. I played a little bit before the podcast on Friday, but I'd finished it over the weekend. We talked a lot about with Jeff Grubb. The game's incredible. I love it. I love it so much. I probably would give it a 9 out of 10. There's just a couple things I don't particularly care for. It does a lot. It has a lot of buttons. Like, you got left bumper, you can grapple. Right bumper's got dash. B is parry. A's jump, X and Y are your attacks, right? So, like, sometimes there's so much that you can do in this that I'm pressing the wrong buttons to do the wrong things. Like, I want to parry, but I'm pressing right bumper to dodge or whatever. And, like, there's just a lot there. And I'm not necessarily saying that's a knock against the game. It's just there is a lot of visual stuff going on in the fights. Then you got to press right trigger to bring in your character assist and hit left trigger to actually switch them. There is a lot going on in this game. But I love the visual art style. The cel-shaded look, it looks so fucking incredible on the OLED. Like how the game easily transitions from 3D to 2D, right? But then more importantly, how it plays, how polished it is. Like I'm rhythmically challenged. I am not like, the Guitar Hero games or whatever. Like, sure, I can play them when it was like 3 buttons and I do pretty well, but I had that 4th finger, like I couldn't do it. There's other games that require certain button presses at certain times, like whatever. Like I'm not very good at it. And like at first, when I first started this game, I would be disappointed by seeing the C on screen or the D or whatever, and then see like the timing section I'd always be bad. So that kind of got me down. It's like, oh well, I'm doing bad. But at some point, I just stopped worrying too much about being on the beat. I was just having so much fun fighting, so much fun going through the story, going through the levels, that I didn't care if I wasn't on beat all the time, and that I would get a C or whatever. Like I do feel like I became better at the game as it went on, but man, the parry system in the beginning, it wasn't jiving with me. Eventually, it did click around the boss fight where you have to do the parries. But I just think this game is incredible. Hopefully, it becomes a huge franchise. For Microsoft, it should, considering how many this is from a studio that only really makes horror games, and they've gone in a completely different direction. And you can make the argument, like, when it comes to slasher, like hack and slash games, the Devil May Cries and the Nier Automatas and all those, like, this is up there as the potentially top of the genre with a couple of the other ones. Like, people are going to see this and they're going to copy it, right? And there's things they can do better, in my opinion, like different combos. Like, I don't know, I can't gush over this game enough. It needs to be the next big franchise, and they need to basically be. If they haven't greenlit Hi-Fi Rush 2 right now, there's something wrong with the world, because this needs a sequel. And it's even the game's not even really set up for a sequel, but they could, whatever, you make a reason, whatever. I want more in this world. Hell, if they were announced tomorrow that they signed a deal with Netflix for a Hi-Fi Rush TV show, I'd be excited for that, because the animation and the story were so good in this that I was like, yeah, I could go for a TV show in this world, or an animation, like a Castlevania type thing. 100%. Like, this deserves to be bigger. Like, you go bigger for the sequel. Like, it deserves everything, because it's that freaking fan. I can't wait for you to play this. Like, I really want you to play this whenever you get a chance to, and finish it, because I do feel the later levels are better than the beginning levels. Like, the songs are better. Like, the game is one of those rare games also that it kept on getting better as it went. I feel like the first level is probably the worst level in the game, because it's like an extended tutorial. And I know a lot of people really butt their heads up against it, and it's like constant text to explain to you how to play, and constant taking you out of the game to like, okay, you need to hit the beat. It's a big tutorial level, but the boss fight's so great that it's like, oh, okay, and you keep on going. But when they kind of dismiss the tutorials and you get to like around like level 6 or 7, it's like every level just gets better as you go. And man, I freaking love this game. I can't say enough about it. Hi-Fi Rush is incredible, and it's just amazing that we knew nothing about this game other than it existed, and that maybe it might come out this year at some point in time. And then
you can kind of hear in your voice how hyped you are for it,
bro. It's like, if it wasn't for Dead Space, I probably would have played this game again on a different difficulty. Right? Because it's just, there's so many games coming out, and I don't have a lot of time. So it's like, I beat Hi-Fi Rush, and it's like, boom. I only have like 350 achievements in it, or gamer score, and it's like, I should play it on another difficulty, see how much better I am at it. Like, play it on easy just to beat it on easy, and then maybe play it on hard, just because, like, it shouldn't take that long. But it's like, oh, but Dead Space is out, and then, Hogwarts Legacy's out, and this game's out. And it's like, there's just not enough time. I totally would play this game more. But yeah, fucking love this game. It's great. Hopefully everybody can check it out, play it. I know it maybe not be everybody's style, because not everybody's a fan of rhythm-based or action games like this, but Microsoft has a winner on their hands. There needs to be a sequel. This needs to be, Chai needs to be up there with the Master Chief, is what I'm saying, Jez. It needs to be up there with Marcus Phoenix.
That's a low bar.
Okay, it needs to be up there with Marcus Phoenix. It needs to be up there with the car from Forza, huh? Or the astronaut from Starfield, huh? Yeah.
The car from Forza is now Microsoft's biggest character.
Yes, the car from Forza and the astronaut from Starfield.
Yeah. Oh man, what a world!
But that wasn't the only game I played this past week. I also played Dead Space Remake, one of my favorite games of the 360 gen. Although I do like Dead Space 2 more. And it's incredible as well. I mean, like I said, gaming Nirvana. You could play 2 amazing games back to back. You feel like you're in heaven. This is why I game, when you get these feelings like this. And maybe I'm a little bit jaded, 41 years old. Sometimes, I'm not as, when I was like 10 years ago, like maybe I'd like more stuff or whatever. But, as you get older, you like less and less and less. But I couldn't have been more happy with this past week because Dead Space, it sticks so faithfully to the game. Like everything just feels so premium, and it's like I'm back in the world. Like the plasma cutter, when you get that plasma cutter for the first time, right? You hear the sounds, you hear the audio of you healing yourself, right? And like the Dead Space audio pickups for stuff, and then you start dismembering the limbs of the necromorphs, stomping on them. You feel like you're at home, and just walking around the Ishimura, just strolling through the corridors, Resident Evil in space. I felt like I was home. It felt right.
That is a scary place to call home, though.
I know it is a scary place to call home, but I was just like, dude, I love this. I like this is like it just constantly reminded me like this is why I love video games. You get this game like Hi-Fi Rush that is completely different to Dead Space, but they're so amazing. You just sit there and be like, oh man, I love video games so much, and this is why, right?
I didn't mention I've been playing Dead Space as well. So I've been playing Nier Automata sort of alongside Dead Space because I couldn't not play Dead Space because it's like you say, it's sort of nostalgic for me, but also the game is actually just so good, aged so well. Like the gameplay style has aged well, and it just looks stunning and feels great to play and all that kind of stuff. I'm on chapter 4, so kind of playing it slowly because, like I say, I've been playing Nier Automata at the same time. But yeah, I'm determined to actually finish this one, and it's easy to do because it's so much fun. It's not very scary though.
Yeah. Well,
do you agree with that? That it's not scary.
I would, yeah, no, I wouldn't. I mean, there was a couple jump scares that got me, but I wouldn't say it was scary. No, definitely not.
Yeah.
I've never really been scared in a game, really. So there's just moments where it's like you're not expecting something and then something pops up, right? And like they are so true to the original, where it's like you also sort of know where the enemy spawns are. Where it's like, oh, well, a necromorph dropped in front of me. Guess what? I bet you $100 there's going to be one right behind me, and 8 times out of 10, there is a necromorph directly behind you, right? So it's like,
but you can just kind of tell when you pick up an item. It sort of flips a switch in the code where it's like, okay, we'll activate this mob. Like you just kind of know if you've got to backtrack through an area, there's going to be spawns and stuff. I think that's one of the things like horror games need to solve is adding a bit more dynamism with enemy encounters because it starts to become a little bit obvious over time when you get a bit older. Like when I was younger and I played like Silent Hill, Resident Evil for the first time, you don't know, or at least you don't expect. Like I remember the licker through the one-way mirror in Resident Evil 2, like nearly gave me a heart attack as a kid. I was like it was even obvious to me as a kid that there was something going to burst through there because there's this huge, ominous kind of 3D window. Like you can tell it's a 3D asset or whatever, and it's like, okay, that's gonna move. Because in the original Resident Evil, everything was static except like 3D objects planted on top, right? It was kind of obvious the mirror was gonna move. But the first time you go in there, nothing happens. So it's like, oh yeah, maybe it is just a mirror, And then the second time you go in there, yeah, GG. Ruined my life. And I think they actually adjusted that for the remake a little bit. To again to bait and switch people. So everyone was expecting that liquor thing again, but also the dogs through the window in the original.
Yeah, the dogs through the window. Yeah.
Again, a more recent game that actually did scare me was Resident Evil Villages. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone who hasn't played it because it's fairly recent. But if you haven't played it, there's one section in Resident Evil Village, and everyone here who's played it knows exactly what I'm talking about. Specific house in Resident Evil Village. That actually, I thought, wow, this actually is really quite scary. And I was just kind of like, man, the Capcom guys, they want to prove that they can still do it, if they want to, because most of the game isn't really that scary. But that's that one section in the house, specific house, so atmospheric, so. The monster in there is so traumatizing. It's a really, really cool game.
Even with Dead Space, we talked a little bit about it. I love that Isaac talks in this. Makes a lot more sense. Feels right. The expanded roles of Mercer and Nicole are great because they added the side missions. They've also extended some scenarios, like the tram's still there, but like there are parts where like sometimes you need to like actually go to a different area to get to the trams, which I don't remember in Dead Space 1. They also give the ability to fly, which you didn't have in Dead Space 1, if you remember, Jez. It wasn't until 2
I don't remember.
where you could fly like Iron Man. Because when you were doing the zero gravity stuff in Dead Space 1 before, you just had the magnetic boots and you would sort of jump to other platforms. Well, in this one, right from the get-go, when you're in zero G, you can basically be Iron Man and fly around. So it sort of changes a lot of the stuff. They also changed like the turret section. If you remember the turret section from the first game, they've changed that. And I wasn't really a big fan of what they changed it into. But then again, I wasn't a big fan of the originals, like turret stuff either. So I was kind of like, it's kind of not really doing it for me. But like,
I can't remember the first game very much at all. Like when I've been going through it, I've been like, oh yeah, I remember that bit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that bit.
I remembered a lot of it because I played through Dead Space 3 times. But then I get to the part where like, I don't want to spoil it for people, but it is an older game. You go onto another ship. I was like, this wasn't in the first game. I'm like, there's no way you went into this other ship. Because there's this thing that you do, but I was like, I don't remember doing this at all. And then I actually had to go on YouTube and check. And like, no, you actually did go on the other ship, but you didn't do the objective that you do in the remake. So that's probably why I didn't remember it. But like I said, I went from Hi-Fi Rush right to Dead Space. I finished Dead Space. I did it like just how I did it the first time I played through it. Beat the game with just only using the plasma cutter. Only use the plasma cutter because it's the only weapon in that game. Right, the plasma.
I love the. I don't know what it's called now.
The line gun. Do you like the line gun or the force gun? The contact beam.
Yeah, I love the line gun.
The line gun's pretty good. So
what is it called now?
Is it what, the flamethrower, the pulse rifle? The Ripper?
It shoots like a buzzsaw.
Yeah, the Ripper.
The Ripper.
It's the Ripper.
The Ripper, yeah. I love that because it reminds me of the Ripper from Unreal Tournament.
Well, so I actually started a New Game Plus playthrough on hard right after it. So it's like right after I beat the game, I started New Game Plus because there's an alternate ending they added to the game, but you can only access it in New Game Plus because there's 12 collectibles that only spawn for the marker in New Game Plus. So I was like, all right, I'm fully upgraded my suit, got my plasma, got all the nodes. So now I'm playing on hard, but I'm also going to use the other weapons because I'm going to upgrade them. So I'm going through the game right now on hard, and I think I'm already on level 4. Because, like, once you basically know what to do. So, yeah, that's what I've been playing. A lot of Hi-Fi Rush and a lot of Dead Space. So, Miguel Evers says, with so many games as a service shutting down, do you think Sony and Microsoft are starting to give the side eye to their in-development games as a service games? Keep it up, guys. Yeah, well, I guess that's we'll start here. The live service apocalypse, Jez, sort of happened this week. We saw the shutdowns of Knockout City. We saw the announcement that Crossfire X, that amazing Xbox exclusive, is shutting down its servers as well. And I don't think you'd even be able to play the campaign. I think that's going offline with it. Rumbleverse has only been out for 6 months. That's shutting down in February. What else is being shut down? There's definitely more than, but those are like the higher profile ones. EA shutting down Apex Legends Mobile as well as Battlefield Mobile. So for whatever reason, this was the week everybody decided that they're shutting down their live service games, right? And Halo Infinite's not doing well. I would imagine if Halo Infinite was under if it wasn't part of first party, I would imagine Halo Infinite would be shut down too, which is pretty harsh to say, but whatever. I'm going to say it because I think Halo Infinite is a gigantic failure. I mean, why else would you lay off 100 people at the studio and get rid of management? If everything was going good, nobody would be laid off and management would still be intact, but the fact that everything is just going crazy at that studio implies that Halo Infinite was just big L for them. I think what this really means is that the market for free-to-play games is completely saturated.
Yeah.
It's very difficult now to compete with Fortnite and Call of Duty and Apex Legends and Rainbow Six Siege and the Minecrafts and the Roblox. So, like, you have to be very careful, right? Because if you're free to play, like the only way free to play works is you need a large user base, so that user base can buy cosmetics to fund the game. And I think that's one of the things, like with Rumble Burst and Knockout City, was there wasn't a lot of people playing it. So because there's not a lot of people playing it, there's not a lot of people spending money, and those server costs to keep up and the dev costs for making new content ain't cheap. So it's like, what do you do in this scenario? Do you keep the servers up, which burns money, and spend more money to try to create content to get people who dropped your game to come back? And when the most realistic scenario is they will not come back. They played your game because, okay, they wanted to break from Fortnite, and now they're back to playing their games with their friends. And Rumble Burst was cool for a couple hours, but I'm never going to play it again. So what do? Do you keep the game running, or do you just pivot to something else? And for a lot of these studios, it's like, you know what? We just need to end because it's not worth it. And maybe this is a sign to the rest of the industry that to stop making games as a service, live service games, because unless they have the proper budget and everything, because you're not. I know a lot of people think, oh, infinite money, like, oh, we can just nail that games as a service market and we could be that game. We're just going to be swimming in cash, but you're not going to be that game. And you're probably going to lose a lot of money chasing after the trend. So what you really should be making are games that people play in between the big games, that people are like, all right, I'm going to go play Dead Space. I'm going to play Dead Space for 20 hours, and then I'll go back to my big game. Because people do not have all this time in the world that they want you to devote to their one or two games. They just don't.
Yeah.
And all these companies keep on sending out more and more of these games as service games, and it's just like people don't have. There's not enough people, one, and the people that do play just don't have enough time to play them all.
Oh, no, I don't.
So I'm not surprised that this is happening. You know, even though Rumbleverse was cool, like I played it for 4 hours and like, yeah, okay, got enough of this. Never playing this again. Seemed like everybody said the same. Like Knockout City, people that played it said it was cool, but who's really going to be playing Knockout City forever? You know, there's poor Ubisoft. Basically, what are they? They had like 8 battle royales in development, and they've canceled a whole bunch of them because it's just the audience isn't there for it. And I think, like I said, Sony, Microsoft. Well, as far as we know, Microsoft doesn't have a lot of games as a service games in development. Maybe like Gear 6 would be one with the multiplayer, but even then, it's like, do you really want to do that for Gear 6? I can't even really think of any other free to play games that Microsoft even has in development. Like for the console, I can't really think of any. And Sony, yeah, like Sony's like, we have our games as a service. They said they have 10. One of them being Last of Us Factions. Last of Us Factions, maybe that does well, right? Last of Us is a big franchise. It's seen a mainstream boost because of the TV show. I believe Pedro Pascal's on SNL this week, right? The ratings are through the roof for it. Maybe Last of Us Faction becomes a big hit because it's based off of a franchise and that's hit the mainstream, and it's probably also going to be on PC day one, and maybe it's big enough with a big enough budget and there's enough players where that can be successful. But yeah, you start worrying about the other games as a service titles, and you're like, is this the right thing to do? Should we be even doing this? I don't know. What do you think?
I think what happened, the truth is that what happened is, wow, that was a horrible sentence. The truth is what happened is
what happened is Miles Dumper's in the chat. The dumper himself.
Oh man. Oh well. Well, the truth is that Miles is in the chat, but also the truth is that in our shareholder economy, a lot of companies, they're not very smart, right? Let's just put it out there. They're not very smart. Most companies aren't very smart, and they'll get really greedy. We all know this. Companies are super greedy. And when the pandemic happened, we had a lovely big old pandemic. There was millions, hundreds of millions of extra people at home, whether it's because their schools were closed or because they're working from home. Truth be told, a lot of those people They weren't working from home, Rand. They weren't working from home. Do you know what they were doing?
What?
They were playing video games.
Mm.
And all those kids who are doing, school from home, they weren't working. They were playing video games. And we know that from the numbers. We know it from the numbers that there were millions of additional gamers playing all these service-driven games. And like a lot of these companies, they were like, okay, this is it. Everything from now on is going to be work from home. This is the future of life, of reality, is work from home. We're all going to be working home forever. COVID's going to be a thing forever. This is just the future of everything, right? So, and because of that, a lot of companies swelled up their their predictions about where everything was going to go. And they were like, we need as many service-driven games as possible. We need every single, battle royale known to man. We need to hire 1 million extra people to service these games. We need to basically inflate all of our costs to take advantage of this new user base, which didn't exist before the pandemic. But guess what happened, Rand? The pandemic ended. The pandemic ended. The thing that they didn't account for, apparently, for some reason, it happened. The pandemic ended, perhaps sooner than they expected, and all that promise of all those extra users came to a very, very abrupt end. And I've read analyses about this. Like there's some companies that grew really rapidly under the pandemic, but there were companies that weren't as greedy. Apple, ironically, was one of them, and they didn't, massively inflate their user base, which is why they haven't really had any layoffs. But a lot of these companies, they've had layoffs because they grew their teams to take advantage of a user base which no longer exists. And now that user base no longer exists, it means they no longer have budget for all those employees. So yeah, it sucks for everyone being laid off, obviously. But it's just sort of like a sort of indictment of the culture that we have of sort of, boom and bust, not sort of getting ready for the future and stuff like that, But it is what it is. And I think that's the situation we're in right now. And all these service games shutting down is because the user base that existed a couple of years ago just doesn't exist anymore. Everyone's gone back to work. Everyone's gone back to school. And you can't slack off and play video games when you're in the office or when you're in in a lecture hall or wherever. Some people can, I suppose, but that's the truth. And we're going to see more of it. We're going to see a lot more of it over the course of this year, as more and more games, more and more studios realize that they had inflated too much. They'd, and not only video game companies, but also tech companies. Like Amazon reported its first quarterly loss for like however many years. I can't remember. It's been a long time since Amazon reported those kind of figures, and that's just the way things are going, I suppose. But yeah, I put out a tweet like, "Are you tired of service games?" the other day, and like vast majority of people were just like, "Yeah," and that is it's a biased audience. It's like core gamers, us guys, sort of reacting to that. So clearly there is a massive audience for service-driven games, but it's orders of magnitude smaller than it was 2 years ago. So yeah, hopefully what this means is that developers will go back to the way things used to be, which is focusing on games which come and go, because that is where the market's going to be now. It's games that come and go. There's no extra users to compete with your Fortnites and your Apex Legends of the world. I think even games like Fortnite and Apex Legends are going to struggle in this economy, because like you say, everything costs more now. Servers cost more. Everything costs more. So the dynamics of the business model, Rand, the very business model dynamics of a service game has dramatically changed, and it's changed to the point where some of these things just cannot survive. But there is potentiality. I love that word. There is potentiality that some of those business dynamics that have changed could change again this year, Rand, because Biden, I can never remember how to pronounce his name, but Biden the Biden administration signaled an intent to force Apple and Google to allow third-party stores, right? And one of the reasons why Fortnite doesn't work that well on mobile is because Apple and Google shareholders take a 30% cut. And while that works on Xbox and PlayStation, where you can, I don't know, people may be more willing to spend, more hardcore gamers and whatever, it doesn't work as well on mobile because maybe people are more interested in playing casually and free to play, and they don't necessarily want to spend loads of money on that stuff. So like there's way more free users on mobile, and because of that, the business dynamics dictate that, you know, the 30% cut is too much. So if the 30% cut goes away, maybe again the business dynamics change and those games can afford to operate again. But right now, yeah, we're going to see a massive drop off in mobile games and maybe a swing back to core games, which, you know, I'm all happy with. I don't know how you feel. Are you going to be sad, Rand? There's less mobile games for you to play?
I mean, I haven't played any mobile games, so if there's less, it wouldn't impact me. But I mean, but every time, it's every time I see one of these live service like games like Rumbleverse, I just saw it. And just like, nobody's gonna like this. Games ain't gonna last. You know, Roller Champions, come on, it's not gonna last. Any of these games that Ubisoft's making, come on, they're not gonna do anything, and then they don't, and then they all end, right? Even the Turtle Rock saying they're stopping making content for Back 4 Blood, and right, like all this sort of stuff. It's like, yeah, it's you know, if you were in on the ground floor when this stuff was really just starting, like certain games were, like the big ones now, you got it made. You got an infinite money presser. You get that cash. But everybody chasing that trend, which is a lot of people. A lot of companies chase that trend because they want that money too. But I'm sorry, like you have to make something that's significantly better than the game that people are playing, and then convince them that you want to play that one as your primary, and to give up all the time and all the money that you've spent on that one thing. So the game that would essentially disrupt that has to be so good and so better than the other ones. It's almost an unrealistic possibility for that to happen. So it's like
I'm looking at that what's it called now? That Crash Battle Royale. No, not the Battle Royale. What is it called?
The Crash. I forget what that's called.
The Crash Brawler.
Nobody's gonna play that. People will play that for a week and then that'll be it. It'll be done. You know, you gotta be careful in this day and age. Well, Sony's doing a whole bunch of live service games. Will those all be success? Probably not. Bet you a bunch of them aren't. Maybe they get one hit. Maybe Last of Us Factions is the one that actually does well, but I bet you they're gonna have ones that don't jive, because it's like you're competing with every other big game. Like, why would anybody want to play that when they can play this? So it's definitely going to be an eye-opening thing for a lot of developers and publishers. Yeah. But then speaking of online,
what do you think they do? What do they do? What do you think they do?
I mean,
what do they do to react to this?
I think what you can do is you can make experiences for people in between their desire to play these big games. You release a Dead Space, and you can budget it appropriately and have people jump off of their big games as a service games to play Dead Space for 20 hours, and then those people can get back on to play their multiplayer games. You know, Hi-Fi Rush, people can get on, they can play it for 8 hours, and boom, they're back playing like that. I think that's what you do, is you make experiences that people can enjoy, you know, hardcore people will enjoy, like us for Dead Space, but then that other people can just kind of take a vacation from, you know, their huge games and enjoy while they're not playing it. I think that's probably the solution.
Take a vacation from.
I think that's the solution. You know, I mean, okay, so now you have Rumbleverse being dead. That frees up Iron Galaxy. They were the developers of Killer Instinct after Double Helix. Do we think Microsoft is giving a call, or do we think Iron Galaxy is giving a call to Microsoft and be like, hey, we're free, you know, our new IP didn't set the world on fire, but we need something to work on. How about Killer Instinct? What do you think?
I really like the idea, but I also like it kind of flies against what we were just saying. Like, do you build more service games in this economy? Especially, you know, competing with this year's Street Fighter and new Tekken this year as well, right? I think, if I'm remembering correctly. It's a tough one. Obviously, I'd love to see it. But again, it's like, can you guarantee success with a platform exclusive fighter in this day and age? I honestly kind of doubt it. I can't see it happening. Unfortunately, as much as I love Killer Instinct and wanted to see it return, I just kind of can't see it, man. It sucks. It sucks to admit that to myself, but I don't know if you think differently about it.
Well, I mean, I don't know. That's the thing. Does Iron Galaxy even want to do Killer Instinct anymore?
Yeah.
They may not even want to do it. Maybe they were like, we're done doing that. We're going to just make our own things. You never know. Like, because people hit me up and they're like, oh, this means they can. It's like, true. Maybe they don't have anything. And maybe they would want to work, but we don't know. We don't know, one, that Microsoft wants to bring back Killer Instinct, and two, that Iron Galaxy wants to be the one to create Killer Instinct. They've already been down that path. And it ended, and for whatever reason, they didn't make a new one, whether that was Microsoft's choice or Iron Galaxy's choice. So, I don't know. I mean, I would like for Killer Instinct to come back, because I think it deserves to. It was an incredible game. The fact that we're not playing Killer Instinct 2 right now is a bit of a sore spot. So I would like to think Microsoft would love to have a fighter in their Game Pass service that they can point to, first party, put it on PC, all that sort of stuff. But I'm not necessarily sure that Iron Galaxy wants to be the one to make it. I think there comes a point where maybe they thought, you know what, we want to create something that's ours, and Rumbleverse would have been theirs, right? They created it, they partnered up with Epic, but look what happened. They partnered up with Epic, and if you guys go and read the Iron Galaxy sort of thing, I get the sense from reading that they are not happy with Epic. Like, if it was up to them, they'd keep Rumbleverse online, but Epic. And, Epic's got... they're refunding everybody's purchase. If you bought a Battle Pass or you bought any cosmetics, you'll get your money back, which probably says they didn't really make a lot of money, right? But it's also Epic. Aren't they swimming in cash because of Fortnite? And, like...
An Epic Unreal Engine as
well. But it's like, also, like, well, why not release Rumbleverse on Steam? Well, because it's also Epic, so that they wouldn't do that.
See, that's the thing. Like, if Rumbleverse had been on Steam, we might be sitting there saying something else about it. And I kind of think, maybe not. But I do think, and my point isn't really about that. It's more about the fact that if they did another Killer Instinct, I think it has to be on PlayStation. And I know people won't want to hear that. Definitely won't want to hear that. But I really do think it'll have to be on PlayStation if they want it to work.
Like, the chat's going to be definitely against you on that one.
I know, but I really think if you want it to cut through your heavy hitters, like your Street Fighter and your Tekken, it has to be on PlayStation. It absolutely has to be. I really believe that. And you may not like it, but this is the reality, to be honest. I don't think it works if it's not on PlayStation. So,
yeah, we'll I'm not sure. I don't think chat's gonna agree with you. Chat, would you want to see Killer Instinct come back, but also have to be on PlayStation?
I'm just being a realist. I'm being a realist here.
So, are you saying that Xbox games need to be on PlayStation to make money?
I think that specific one does.
That specific one, because a Gun's a Gun
fighting game.
A Gun's a Gun says, "Oh, get the F out, Jez. Stop with that kumbaya."
That's not kumbaya. That's business reality.
Leaky Hump says, "If an Xbox IP can't survive on just Xbox and PC, then it's not worth bringing back."
Well, then we don't bring it back.
What? There is an. I mean, if you're talking about just the Xbox and PC audience, I think you can make something that can make money just based off that audience. If you can't, then you've probably aimed too high. So, like, there is a.
I think fighting game genre is too small to bring that kind of game and not have it on PlayStation. I really do think that. Shooters are different situation entirely. RPGs as well, different situation entirely. I think fighting game has to be on PlayStation. So, in that context, we don't bring it back unless Microsoft can grow the Xbox install base.
Super Smash.
That's what we are.
Super Smash Bros. Has been only on Nintendo, and it's absolutely massive.
Yeah, but what are the big fighting games are on Nintendo Switch?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know much about fighting games on Nintendo Switch, but Super Smash Bros. is pretty damn big.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
dude,
big, but it's also
there's some people
Nintendo,
that agree with you, and some people that definitely don't. I'm not
Well,
necessarily one that agrees, although I think you can.
well, you would agree you can't bring it back then,
No,
because you know
no.
full well it's not going to do well.
I think you could. I think as long as it's budgeted properly, if you like, that's the thing. I think people shoot for the moon on all this stuff, and they have these wild expectations about what a game should accomplish and the targets should hit. So if you're meaning to tell me that the Xbox audience plus the Steam audience isn't enough for a game, then something's gone wrong.
I think it's not enough to generate the hype or something. I don't know, man. I think there's enough people who are nostalgic about Nintendo, about Killer Instinct, that have switched to another platform, that you would need that install base to bring it back, personally. Could be wrong, but I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens, man.
Yep.
I would like to see it back, obviously, because I'm a fan, you know. And the business dynamics will change, you know. If there's more people playing games on you know, on the cloud and stuff like that, because Killer Instinct's one game that you could play casually in the cloud, I think. I mean, yeah, it's not going to be the absolute ideal experience, but if there's like a good single player campaign that you can play in the cloud, I think it could do pretty well.
But you're also assuming Killer Instinct didn't do well the first time. Like Uramal says, why would Killer Instinct not do well? Am I missing something? The first one did well. Oh, you know it didn't do well?
Well, I know it didn't make a lot of money, put it that way. It's not the kind of investment that Microsoft will be excited about making again, put it that way. So, you know, I'm not just... It wasn't a... Killer Instinct was not a huge runaway success story, you know, from what I've heard. But it wasn't a devastating, terrible loss either. I'm just saying, like, if you are a company looking to invest, it's probably not Killer Instinct, a single player console exclusive fighter that doesn't have the same kind of cachet as Tekken or Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter or Smash Bros. You know, maybe I'm wrong, but I think the fact that we haven't seen a Killer Instinct like beyond the vaguest of rumors is kind of indicative that I'm right, personally.
I don't know, because that just opens up a can of worms, you know? Like, the idea of, like, oh, well, Killer Instinct should be everywhere. Like, why not Halo, and why not Gears, and why not Forza? If the idea is just more players and more money, then you might as well put everything everywhere, right?
Yeah, exactly. It opens a can of worms, which is another reason why they probably won't do it.
And I mean, like, Phil's talked about the idea of, like, you needing exclusives, and that's how the industry operates. So, like, it'd be one thing to acquire Activision Blizzard and keep Call of Duty everywhere because that's where it already is. And then an entirely different thing to make a new game of an IP that you own and then be like, all right, well, we're putting this one everywhere. Because then it's like, well, why should Killer Instinct be everywhere, but then Halo shouldn't? It doesn't really jive. It doesn't really make much sense to me. I don't know. Anyways, enough about Killer Instinct. Redfall, Jez. A lot of discussion recently about Redfall because it's going to require players to be permanently connected online. A lot of backlash about this. So on their frequently asked question page, they say, will playing Redfall require an online connection for single player as well as co-op? And the answer is a persistent online connection is required for single player and co-op.
I upset some people with this one as well today.
Yeah, well, okay. So here's the thing. Here's my take on this. I think it's kind of bullshit that like if you're going to do this, you need to explain why. Because Redfall as a game does not strike me as a game that needs to be constantly connected online. It just doesn't. Like, I understand scenarios like Destiny 2 and World of Warcraft and stuff, but nothing that I've seen and nothing that has been explained to me about Redfall makes any sense for it to be required to play online in single player. Like co-op, obviously, need to be connected online. But for single player, what is Redfall doing that requires a persistent online connection? I don't understand. Is it because they don't want people to duplicate tiered loot? Are they going to be selling tiered loot? Is there going to be a store where they want to cut down on some of that stuff? So when I see stuff like this, granted, I'll be the first one to say it doesn't necessarily bother me at all. I don't play games unless I have an internet connection, right? I'm always online anyways. So, like, the fact that Redfall is always online doesn't bother me personally. But I'm also looking at a fact being like, I'm trying to understand why the game needs to be online in the first place permanently at all. I don't understand the reasoning. If they were to come out and say, hey, we're using cloud computing, and because we're using cloud computing, we can have this dynamic sort of things with, like, if they came out with an explanation, maybe I could understand better, right? But they haven't. It's just like, this game needs an online internet connection. And it's just like, but for what reason? Make it make sense. And to me, it doesn't make any sense. Now, you're going to bring up, well, you know, if it wasn't, then it would be like peer-to-peer, and like maybe tethering would be there. That's my Jez thing. I don't know. That's the wrong accent to use for Jez. But I think it's dumb because I don't think the game needs it. I think it's just a thing they're putting into it. Just, you know, there has to be a reason why. And I just don't.
And that's my argument.
But well, then they should explain the reasoning. Is my argument, because right now the way the game is, there's nothing that screams we need an online persistent connection for this, at all. So go ahead. What do you think?
Well, first of all, I don't care that it's online only, because, you know, clearly they've structured the game to be using dedicated servers. And we always talk about Microsoft has got Azure. Why don't they use it? Well, here you go. They're using it.
Are you sure they're using it?
Well, no.
Okay.
But this is the assumption.
The
right?
assumption.
My assumption.
You know what happens when people
using
assume, Jez? You know what happens?
They're always correct and it's okay and everyone's happy in the world.
Yeah.
No, is that what happens? I don't know. But the assumption is that there is a good reason for it, because otherwise, why would they do it? They're not doing this just to fuck people over. They're not sitting there like, let's piss everyone off by adding a online only feature for no reason, you know. And if there's a comparable game, would be Outriders, right? The reason Outriders is online only is because you can trade items, and if there's an offline component, people could modify the game and duplicate items and upset the potentially upset the economy of the stuff. I mean, you know, that's the assumption, right? That they're doing it for balance reasons, to stop people tampering with the files. They, you know, have to verify that shit online first, and all that kind of stuff. That's my assumption, right? That they're doing it for that reason. I prefer that because my IP, my ISP, Virgin Media, the router they provide is absolute garbage, and peer-to-peer games don't work that well on it. So I tend to prefer dedicated servers, and also a lot of the people I play with are halfway across the world. So again, peer-to-peer servers or player-hosted servers are just horrible for that situation. If you've got like an Azure server, there's someone in the middle which sort of relays that information, and the games play a lot better. But if I'm like playing like, I don't know, Monster Hunter Rise or something with someone on the West Coast, that's just going to be laggy as hell, you know, if it works at all. So that's why I prefer it to not be peer-to-peer. But I also understand why people would be mad about it, to some degree. Because a lot of the people that are mad about it, to me, there's a little bit of, I don't know, concern trolling, you know. And I honestly felt this way when Gran Turismo 7 announced the same thing.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we literally just talked about a bunch of games that came out that you won't be able to play anymore, that are shutting down. Knockout City, Rumbleverse, online-only games that, you know.
Yeah, but they were like multiplayer-oriented.
Sure, but I mean,
you need players.
I understand that, but also
you can't play Rumbleverse solo.
But also, a scenario would be, because like game preservationists would argue that if the servers ever went down for Redfall, then you could never play the game again, right? That even in single player, like, okay, I understand why a co-op needs to be online, because how would you be able to play it? And I'm not one who cares about game preservation at all. I'll be the first one to say I do not give a shit about game preservation at all.
You only play trending games.
No, it's not. It's not that. It's that I already own all the things I wanted to from the 360 gen. I'm not looking to replay stuff that's old. So I'm not somebody who gets bent out of shape that is like, oh my God, they're shutting down this thing and I won't be able to play my copy of this game. Like, I already know I'm not going to be playing that copy of that game. Like, I'm not going to be playing, like Hi-Fi Rush 20 years from now or whatever. 25 years from now. I played Hi-Fi Rush. Maybe I'll do another playthrough, but I'm not the type of person who is going to be playing the game 20 years from now. But there are definitely people that are. Elijah says you only play trending games. That's not true. It just so happens that games actually came out that I wanted to play. But that's the problem, is that when you actually play games as they release and you finish them, you don't necessarily have a backlog to go to. So it seems like you're only playing new games, but that's just the way it's always been for me. I beat stuff and I move on. That's different for you, someone who doesn't beat anything. So you can always have these older games to go back to. But as someone who's me, who beats everything he basically plays, what am I supposed to do? Go back to a game I've already beaten? I'm not that type of person. I'd rather have new experiences than go back and try to reclaim an old experience, essentially, right? So, like, you combine this Redfall news about, okay, it's always online. Nobody knows the reasons. People bitch about it. I understand why people are upset. I don't care at all about it being online because I don't play unless I'm online anyways. But then Xbox came out and they announced, Jez, that they're delisting certain games from the Xbox 360 store. Yes?
Yes, they did.
So, okay, I think it's some of the, like, and honestly, like, even some of the I don't really see a lot of discussion surrounding Redfall anyways, right? The talk about that game seems to be a little bit muted, but boy, oh boy, when this news was announced, suddenly you got everybody coming out of the woodworks being like, oh, I'm not playing the game now. Oh, I'm not buying the game now. It's like, were you even really interested in this game in the first place? Because certainly nobody's really... This is kind of like the Scalebound situation that I talked about before, where I said, not that many people cared about Scalebound when it was shown off all those times. It was only when Scalebound was canceled that suddenly everybody came out of the woodwork and was like, this was the one game I was going to get my Xbox One for, and... It suddenly blew up, and everybody cared about Scalebound at that point when nobody was really discussing it. And yes, like, Arcane is a great studio, and I love all their games, and I'm excited for Redfall. But, like, I don't really see a lot of discussion surrounding Redfall at all, really. Right? It's all based around Starfield, mostly about a Hi-Fi Rush right now. Not a lot of discussion about Redfall. But as soon as this news hit, people, I've never seen anybody who's talked about Redfall is like, well, this is it. This has made my decision. Not buying this game, not playing this game. I'm like, okay, are we just getting performative outrage now on Twitter.com because that's just the thing to do, just be completely upset with certain things? But then it's like, so you have the Redfall stuff, and then you have, like, they were basically removing a whole bunch of 360 games on February. What was the date, Jez? Was it like February? I'm trying to get the list. Microsoft announces plans to list various games from the 360 marketplace. They're removing 46 games from the Xbox 360 marketplace, but the games that are back compat but they aren't removing them from the Xbox One or the Xbox Series X store. But games like Assassin's Creed, Call of Duty, Dark Souls, Far Cry, Left 4 Dead, Mass Effect, Prince of Persia, Skate, Splinter Cell, and Witcher 2, they'll actually start on February 7th, which is not a lot of time for people to purchase it, right? Like, normally
they're only removing it from the 360.
I know they're only removing it from the 360 store. But then there was the mistake yesterday that all of a sudden they got some. It said that we're shutting down the entire 360 marketplace in May, which, you know, that sort of made the rounds, and then they said that was wrong. But I mean, at some point, the 360 marketplace will go offline. I thought it would go offline like around the 20-year anniversary of the 360, so like 2025 I was expecting to go online, because but not every game's back compat, right? And there are a lot of Xbox Live Arcade games that only exist digitally, that basically will just be a fart in the wind. If you don't own it, you can never play it again and stuff like that. Your physical disc will still work. You need a 360 to play some of those, but the ones that work on Xbox One or Series X and S still be purchasable on that store. So I'm saying, like, the point I'm trying to make is people see the Redfall news about it being online only and not understanding why, because they haven't explained it, and then seeing the listings of games on the 360 store, and then thinking in the future, oh man, at some point Redfall will be taken off the store and the servers will go down because look at all these live service games that are also getting shut down. So at some point Redfall will get shut down and I won't be able to play it. I think all that is kind of subconsciously also people are thinking about, you know? Does that make any sense to you?
No, it does. It makes sense to me. But at the same time, you just kind of have to accept that at some point, this stuff's going to go away, you know? Is it really about caring about game preservation, or is it, I don't know, something else?
What
is it more to do with, I don't know, people feeling like they might lose access to something they own in like 30 years? Because the thing is, like, even though the Xbox 360 store will go offline, it's not like you won't be able to play that content you own. You still get access to that content you own, just on a new system. And presumably they'll do that with the next Xbox and the next Xbox. So while they'll shut down some of the storefronts, you'll still be able to access and download the content you own in future generations anyway. So I just sort of, I don't get why it's a big deal. It's not like what some other companies have done, where it even removes your ability to download the content you own. You know, at least Microsoft's sort of bringing that content forward. You know, if we ever did get into a scenario where Microsoft was, you know, fully and permanently removing your access to that content, that's when we have to start talking about refunds, like what Stadia did. So, like, Stadia refunded because Stadia was fully shutting everything down, at which point they had to refund everyone. Microsoft's not issuing refunds because you will still be able to access that content. So, I don't know.
Yes.
I don't think it's a big deal.
And I'm also of the opinion that, how do I say this? If they're removing a game now and it's been 20 years and you haven't bought the game by now, then you never were interested in buying the game anyways. So, A Guns a Gun says, but the problem is some games are region locked and only available on the 360 marketplace, Jez. So,
well, that is a problem, you know, and I need a list of content that is restricted. So I can talk more about it, but yeah, I'll look into it more, and we'll get like some answers from Microsoft, because I want to believe they've got a plan in place for some of this stuff. Some of it's subject to licensing conditions. Like the reason Orange Box doesn't have a store page is something to do with the licensing situation. But again, it's, you know, it's hard. It's hard to like figure out what the situation is with certain games and whether it's a licensing issue. And then it's like, who do you get involved to sort that out? Is it Valve, whatever? And then if it is about game preservation, then it's kind of like, well, aren't we mad at Steam? Because all of Steam's games are sort of tied to digital services, and all of PC gaming is kind of tied to digital services, unless you start going down a piracy route. And I know version shifting is legal in America, but it's definitely not legal in Britain. So then it becomes like a legal problem and all that kind of stuff. I just kind of like don't have the full-blown energy for it in some ways, because it is like, I know I'm not going to go back and play some of those games. I feel like I got my money's worth. And for some people, it's the principle of the thing. Like, I bought something, I should own it forever.
yeah.
But I'm just kind of like, I don't know, in a different place with some of that stuff. Oh, crap.
No,
Rand,
yeah.
I think we've got a problem.
What's the problem?
Man, I can't tell you. Man, this is a bit of a problem. But we need to talk about it as soon as the thing ends.
What, like a problem with the show, like going on right now, or something else?
Kind of.
What do you mean? Just DM me. DM it.
I'm trying to figure it out. At the same time as going live. This is the problem with going live sometimes.
Well, what is it? Just put it in the chat. I'll be able to read it. Joe Sinister, or put it in the Discord. Oh, you just DM'd me on the phone.
On Twitter, yeah.
Oh. That would be very weird.
Yeah, it would be weird. Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one. Can't really talk about it on the show, but
yeah. Anyways, so Joe
no
Sinister
press
says, "Is there going to be bad press for Harry Potter being always online too?" I've seen this come up recently, and the thing is, that's on the internet's only required for the day one patch. After you get the day one patch, you don't need to be connected online to play the game. Which would be even weirder for that game because that game's single player only. There's no co-op. So once you get the online patch, the game's completely offline at that point.
But then it's like, where does I don't know, what happens when someone gets a copy of the game in 50 years time and they can't get the down patch ran? What about that? You didn't think about those people. That's where the argument devolves into sometimes. Like these sort of niche scenarios that maybe affect like 5 people. So it's hard for me to get passionate about this stuff, like some of our friends do.
Anyways, yeah. So all that's going on with Redfall and the store listings, or just the listings from the 360 marketplace, even though it's still going to be up on the Xbox One store. Then we had this stuff from Jeff Grubb was talking about from the Coalition, which people got really excited because we talked to him on Xbox 2+1 on Monday. And, he talked. I asked him about, hey, Coalition's next game as like something that maybe could be Shadow Drop, like a smaller game. You've seen the success with Hi-Fi Rush. Whenever that comes out, maybe it's something you could do the same of. And I asked him if he, because he was the original person who reported it. He even mentioned that it was targeting 2023 back in 2021. But then he said, I believe on Thursday, so yesterday, that Coalition is now full steam ahead on Gear 6, that they've canceled not only this new IP, but another project. And he said that they have canceled the smaller project as well as another project, so there have been 2 games canceled there. This was all reflected in the layoffs that happened at Microsoft, which did hit the Coalition a little bit. The studio is now going to move on fully to Gear 6. I say now it is likely moved on to Gear 6 in full over the course of last year, but definitely that will be their next game. So the situation here is kind of funny because Jeff said that on the show, and then the next day people started to share that, like, oh, it's coming, Coalition stuff, right, blah, blah. And then I think you told me on that Tuesday that you had heard that the game was canceled, and then I heard from a buddy of mine that he heard that it was canceled as well. So, what's the story behind that?
So basically, what happened is, during our show, he talked about the Coalition having this new IP, and I think he mentioned it even before then, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to that end, he sort of like a lot of people picked up on that, and they were kind of like, people were sending me DMs saying like, are we going to see this year? Blah blah blah. I personally am not really. I kind of sort of heard something about it. Like do you remember me back? I think it was a couple of years ago. I said that I'd heard the Coalition was working on Gear 6 and another project. That was all I knew from my information. And Jeff Grubb had a little bit more information about it, and it sort of bounced back and forth. And then Jeff said on our show that they're still working on it as far as he knew. But some people got in touch, maybe after they heard about the news or the show or something like that, to say that project had been cancelled. And then I spoke to Jeff about it yesterday or the day before. He talked about it on Game Mess Mornings, I believe, is where he mentioned it. That it was shut down. That project was shut down. Like, still don't know what it was exactly, but it does seem to be what they had layoffs over was the people that were working on that game, contractors maybe, I'm not sure, but you want to assume that whatever it was perhaps something they thought, well, this game's probably not going to blow up. This is something we could save money on, and we know we're making Gears anyway, so let's just go full steam ahead on the next Gears and stuff like that. But yeah, that does seem to be the case right now from the information we're getting from, provable, trusted sources and stuff like that. So yeah, I guess that game will probably just never see the light of day. Unless someone who worked on it wants to reach out and leak it to me, like me or Jeff or something like that. I guess we'll never find out what that was. So that's basically it for that one.
Are you disappointed in this, Jez?
Nope, not
Not at all?
really. Because I mean, again, it's like didn't know what it was. Could have been something that wouldn't have appealed to me anyway. So, it's hard to get disappointed about something you don't know anything about. I know you've always said you'd like to see what the Coalition could do outside of that.
Yeah.
But I won't Gear 6. So I'm not really disappointed. Are you disappointed, Rand?
It's yes and no. See, okay. It's tough to get disappointed, like the whole Titanfall Legends thing. It's tough to get disappointed for something that never was officially announced or that we've never seen something from, right? Everything that I'm imagining, I built up in my own head. And I can make the argument that this is why early leaks suck, right? This is why leaks, like this sort of, hey, we have a project code name, which is always one of the reasons why I tell you, I don't know if you should leak Project Dragon, because Project Dragon, there's a chance that game gets canceled. And you even said, hey, that's a distinct possibility considering when it's supposed to come out. So I always thought to myself, like, man, are we treading dangerous grounds here? Because it's only a matter of time before somebody leaks one of these project name games and that this project, then that game gets canceled. And now the people's expectations are, I guess, like, nobody would even know the Coalition was doing a new IP if Jeff and you didn't report on it, right? So people built up their expectations in their head about Coalition working on something new because it's people, that's basically like an answer to the people's prayers about Coalition working on something other than Gears, which is something that I've been saying. I would love to see what the Coalition could do when they're not basically tethered to the whole Gears formula, right? Like, oh man, what could they do when, the game doesn't have to look like Gears, doesn't have to perform like Gears or move like Gears, like something just so creative, like, and you build it up in your head and you're like, yes, that'd be something really cool. But in game development, a lot of times stuff gets canceled and you never hear about it. But then, like, it gets put in existence. So the game was basically announced by Jeff Grubb and then canceled by Jeff Grubb. Because it's not like Microsoft or the Coalition confirmed that that was a thing. So now everybody's pissed off that a normal thing that happens in game development where a project, for whatever reason, because we don't know, like maybe the game was, like Jeff said he thought, or at least he had heard that one of the things was they were on to build a small game to get up to speed on Unreal Engine 5 because they were moving to that. And they also help out other studios, and they're going to work on Gears 6. But then working on the Matrix demo got them enough experience working on Unreal Engine 5 where they felt they didn't need the newer IP and that they could just go full in on Gears 6. Which, okay, if that's the reasoning for the new game, is we want to basically learn how UE5 works, and then we're going to use everything we learn to do Gear 6, but we got all the practice we needed on a Matrix demo, and we don't need the new IP anymore, I would understand. I get it, right? Maybe the game wasn't in a state or really wasn't a thing, so it was like, we're just going to cancel it. So yeah, it's disappointing as someone who is like, man, I want to see what the Coalition can do outside the Gears universe, and it's just like, but then at the same time, it's like, it's tough to really truly get disappointed because the game really didn't exist outside of Jeff talking about it. Because games get canceled all over the place all the time for many different reasons, But also at the same time, it's like this isn't the time for Xbox to be canceling games. This isn't really a time for even Xbox to be firing and laying off developers, right? You need as many developers to make as many quality products as possible. You need as many games as possible after what happened to you in 2022 when you didn't really have anything, and it's reflected in the sales when you declined, when everybody else is basically on the up and up because everybody else is releasing these games that people want. Say what you want about Pentiment being a great game, but nobody's knocking down and trampling people over in a Best Buy to buy an Xbox to play Pentiment, right?
No.
You can make those small games all you want. As long as you have the big games that pay the bills, that's perfectly fine. So it's like in an era where Microsoft needs games for Game Pass and they need more developers to make more quality games, it just seems like this comes at essentially the wrong time. But then who am I to say?
But maybe it's the Pentiment game you're talking about. Maybe this. I mean, it was always said to be a smaller game, so it's like maybe it's a Pentiment game that wouldn't have moved the needle. Microsoft's like, "Yep, this isn't going to move the needle. Let's devote our time to Gears 6, which could move the needle if it's big and bold and it becomes this sort of, God of War allegory, which I think the franchise truly has a potential to be. If it does go broader, if it has like those open world elements, wide linear, whatever you want to call it, and just becomes a bit more special than it has been in recent years. I think it really could sit up there with some of the best franchises out there. But this smaller game sounds like it wouldn't have moved the needle. So I would have thought you'd be more
I
don't
know. Hi-Fi Rush was also described as a smaller game, and I don't agree with that terminology after playing it. I think there's levels to this stuff. Like Pentiment's one thing, Hi-Fi Rush is completely different. Like there's
probably leaking. You don't know.
Well, it's
definitely a smaller budget kind of game. It definitely is.
Yeah, but even after playing Hi-Fi Rush, bro, like the budget still had to be pretty significant. Like you don't get what they did in this game with a small budget at all.
Yeah, but it's not a God of War or Halo kind of budget.
Sure,
but then
there's not many games that have a God of War or a Halo budget or any of that stuff. So, it's I don't know. It's like
at the end of the day, we don't know what kind of game it was. So a lot of it's kind of like
it's just part of it's just like I want to see the Coalition unleashed. Like I like Gears. I like Gears a lot back during the 360 era. I enjoyed Gears 5 quite a bit, but it's like, man, I'm a victim of my imagination running wild. Like, what could they make? That'd be so cool. Like to see them like, oh, we could make whatever we wanted. And then now it's like, nope, we're just going to do Gears 6. And it's kind of like, all right, I understand. You do need to sort of close that story. But at the same time, it's like, Gears 6, I believe, is declining in popularity. It's been declining in popularity for a bit.
Not as much as Halo.
Well, as much as Halo has declined, it's still more popular than Gears.
This is the other thing. They're working on a bunch of transmedia stuff for Gears, and the transmedia stuff we've got for Halo is terrible. It's never going to be anything short of terrible. So like maybe it's a better play here to sort of go all in on the Gears stuff. If what they've seen of the upcoming transmedia stuff, the anime or the cartoon or whatever, the adult cartoon they're doing, and also is the live action movie, if that looks like it's going to be really good, I'd want to have a Gears ready to ride that wave. I wouldn't want to have a random smaller game ready to ride what wave.
True. True.
I think it makes far more sense to go all in on Gears at the moment. And also Gears better. Gears is the best IP Xbox has, so yeah. Why wouldn't you go all in on Gears?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you go all in on Gears, I guess? I mean, we'll see.
After Gears 6, I would like to see him do something new, sure. But I think now's not the time. With the transmedia stuff, now is just not the time. That's my take.
Yeah, fair enough. We got some super chats I want to get to. We got Skillin Penche left a super chat but not a message. Thank you. Sin Vendetta says, nothing will turn me off faster from being interested in playing your game than labeling it as a free-to-play game or games as a service game. Dead Planet says, between games as a service and dev and PSVR 2, Sony finally F up. I mean, there's reports that there's conflicting reports. Like Bloomberg said, they're cutting down. I forget. Like I don't know if it was their sales forecast or something from 2 million to 1 million.
They cut their units ordered according to Bloomberg, but
then Sony said
Sony
they didn't cut
released a statement
production.
saying no.
So who knows? We'll eventually find out the truth. You know, that'll all come out. I don't know. Like I'm not very high on PSVR 2's success because it's $550 in the US market.
With a cable.
With a cable, you know, you need the PS5 to use it, you know, so it's like I don't know if that's going to be successful. PSVR 1 definitely was not. So will PSVR 2? I mean, I would hazard a guess no. I think that high price point's really going to work against it.
I think it's going to be even less successful.
Less successful.
Yeah. I think this is going to be the Connect 2 scenario.
And is there even a packing game? Or it's like not only do you have to spend $550, which comes out to be like what? Like actually like $600 after taxes, then you got to buy a game, which is like how much are the PSVR games? $60-$70? Like I know Horizon, they have a Horizon game. Is that $70? So like let's say the game's $70, so you're at $670 with one game. You're almost at like $700 after buying the thing with one game. That is super expensive. And they don't even have Half-Life Alyx, which is the one game I sort of wanted. Because people ask me, am I going to get it? And it's like, I don't know. I kind of got sick when I played the first PSVR, so I was like, am I really going to spend that type of money on PSVR 2? Like, Sony's doesn't have a lot of success with their add-ons at all. Like, you go throughout their history, the consoles are successful, but, like, their add-on accessories, I mean, and I don't mean controllers and stuff like that. I mean, like, move control, like the extra stuff. Like, they're usually not supported very well, and they don't sell very well. So, I don't know. I'm not sure PSVR 2 will do well. MK says, what is wrong with JK agreeing with science, ? All I said was that my sister thinks what she said was vile. That's my
triggered people in the chat now.
Yeah, that's my sister's opinion about that stuff. So whatever, respect my sister's opinion. And this is my channel, so you know.
Triggered people.
Creative Vibes XL says Dead Space or Callisto Protocol. Never played Dead Space. I would say Dead Space if you've never played it, because I think it's way better than Callisto Protocol. And playing them so close to one another, the only thing Callisto Protocol I think has on Dead Space is I think Callisto Protocol is a better looking game. That's really it. It's a better looking game, it has better graphics, it's more cinematic if that's the thing you're going for. Because Dead Space, after playing through Dead Space, it's not as cinematic. It's not that cinematic. There are moments where it takes the control away from you and you watch a cutscene, or it's not even a cutscene. It's just something that plays out in the game, but it's very few and far between. But Callisto Protocol is definitely more cinematic. The camera's closer. But, bro, like, Dead Space has better weapons. Dead Space has better enemies. I think Dead Space has a better story. I think Dead Space has better acting. I think Dead Space does everything better than Callisto, except it doesn't look as good. Realistically, I think that's it. Leaky Hum says, ask Jez about the rumor of Redfall and Starfield being rough.
I don't put any stock in that at all.
Yeah, Jez doesn't put any stock into that. And our buddy Joaquin, did I say it right this time? Joaquin Branch says, hey gents, with Amazon potentially buying the Tomb Raider IP, in your opinion, means what for Crystal going forward? Amazon buying Embracer, or will we see a day that Crystal doesn't make Tomb Raider? Yeah, did you see this stuff, Jez? Like, how... Dude, Square Enix, I'm telling you, man, like...
So they bought the Tomb Raider IP, but not Crystal.
So okay, so it starts off...
Give us
so it starts off with basically Square Enix selling Crystal Dynamics and the Tomb Raider IP and Eidos Montreal and all those IPs like Deus Ex to Embracer for $300 million, right? Mm-hmm. And then Embracer just sold the Tomb... I'm not really sure if they sold the IP to Amazon or just sold the rights to be able to make like movies. There isn't... All we know is Amazon has basically purchased either the Tomb Raider IP or the rights to make a Tomb Raider universe, like movies and TV shows and maybe even games, because they are the publisher of the new Tomb Raider game. So I'm not exactly sure if Amazon now owns the Tomb Raider IP. But they basically sold it.
It looks like that way.
They basically sold it to Amazon for, as the reports say, $600 million. So Embracer bought the IP and the studios for $300 million, and then flipped the IP for Tomb Raider or whatever the rights to Amazon for $600 million.
So funny.
So like, what does that mean
funny.
for Crystal?
I mean, first of all, it means that Square Enix are absolutely horrible at business.
Well, okay.
That's the one thing it definitely means.
To be fair, when Embracer bought those, and they also bought the debt as well, right? Which would reduce the cost. Because like when you buy those companies, you're also buying the debt and the baggage that comes with them, yes?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Wouldn't that have factored into the price, though?
Well, that's why the price maybe was a little bit lower than people expected, because I think those studios had a lot of debt. And now with them selling the right, because now if you're selling them the rights of the IP, there's no debt to go with it. So now you can sell it for more. It's just funny to see, because the headline's like, you sold it for 300, and then the people that it'd be like I don't know, you selling me something for 20 and then me flipping it for 100. Like, how did you not sell it for 100 yourself, right? So, yeah, Guns a Gun says, it looks like Square Enix tried to do a bankruptcy speedrun or something. And that's what some of the reports had mentioned, was basically that they were trying to slim themselves down for a PlayStation purchase, a PlayStation acquisition. That one of the things was, you need to get rid of your Western studios and we'll purchase you. So they get rid of their Western studios at a time where, like, Microsoft's busy with the ABK, so they can't really engage with Crystal Dynamics or an Eidos bidding war, and Sony doesn't want them, and I don't know who else really would. So it's like, okay, here's a $300 million offer. Good. All right, Sony, we did what you wanted. We're basically, you can buy us now. We got rid of, and then Sony doesn't do it for whatever reason, and now like they're selling. It just makes Square Enix look incompetent when it's like, how did they sell for twice? So I don't know. As for what it means for Crystal, I mean, Embracer, I think, still owns Crystal. But as I've talked about it before, I think Embracer is perfectly happy with other people paying the bills for those studios. So, and what I mean by that is, they're probably perfectly happy with Amazon paying Crystal Dynamics, paying them to make a Tomb Raider game, which means, because they don't have to. They don't have to fund it from their money. And they're probably perfectly happy with Crystal Dynamics working on Perfect Dark, because that means Microsoft is paying for them. They're probably really, really happy if they could continue on with those partnerships for a long time. If, they put out Perfect Dark 2, maybe if that game was really successful, you just have Crystal Dynamics make Perfect Dark 2. And I think Embracer probably be like, okay, we made our money. We bought them for $300 million, and we just sold the rights for the IP for $600 million. We're fine. Yeah. We don't want to have to fund AAA games ourselves, because those are expensive, right? But then it also makes you wonder, like, what?
And we're not very good at them.
Yeah, we're also not very good at them as well. So it does make you wonder, like, could remember there was that rumor, that conspiracy theory from our buddy Evermore and Saga Jez about Embracer just holding on to the studios until Microsoft was ready to purchase them after the ABK deal. Like, they were essentially going to hold on to them. Like, they bought them from Square Enix, and then, like, as soon as Microsoft's done, we're gonna flip them. Like it's House Flipper or something to Microsoft, so them to purchase. I mean, it sort of seems that's kind of what they did. They flipped the IP. They bought it and then they flipped it for more. Maybe that is something that could happen. But it's like, but then it's like, when Microsoft want to buy Crystal Dynamics without the Tomb Raider IP, but I don't even know if they sold the Tomb Raider IP. But then, like, would they want to if Amazon has the rights to make movies and TV? I don't even know how that would work then. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, we need to. Again, we're operating on half the information, So.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you for the super chats. Yeah, what else? Jedi Survivor got delayed by like 6 weeks. It's like, oh man, that was like March was going to be big, February's going to be big, and then here's Jedi Survivor getting delayed. Basically, no, I think it comes out on the same day as Dead Island 2. So it's kind of like, well, it's like
Well,
one of
Dead
those
Island, I would have
games
thought.
is, Dead Island 2's probably got a Switch or something. Yeah. Jez, let's talk about the Halo stuff, shall we? So if you guys are enjoying the show, make sure you hit the like button
Halo.
and subscribe. Let's talk about this Halo situation because Jason Schreier made some waves. Well, you knew he would basically have something to say about this. You knew he was probably researching and asking people at 343. So according to Bloomberg, the studio is not working on additional campaign content for the game, which I think you reported when all this stuff came out. Syspace is reportedly buggy and difficult to use, contributing to the game's troubled production, which is also something we've talked about as well. Claim that Halo Infinite's multiplayer modes that are almost finished, like Extraction and Assault, are partially being held up because of the issues with the engine, which is insane to think about, right? And 343, at least according to Bloomberg, that 343 made the decision to pivot to Epic's Unreal Engine late last year. And it's being used for a new multiplayer game mode codenamed Tatanka, which 343 is developing in collab with Certain Affinity, and is said to have begun life as a battle royale, but that it could evolve into something else, go in a different direction. And that 343 developers are reportedly creating prototypes on Unreal Engine and pitching new ideas for Halo games. It's claimed that while the future series could use Unreal, there's concern in some quarters that doing so might negatively impact how Halo feels to play, and that they also laid off about 95 people within 343 as well. So we had Phil's comments last week in the interview. We saw the post by all that stuff, but it was kind of just vague PR. So what have you, because I know you've been looking into this as well, so what have you been hearing about all this stuff?
Well, do you remember me saying that it was like my Moby Dick, my white whale leak about the Unreal Engine? Like I couldn't, since last summer I've been investigating this, and I couldn't lock it down because one source would say, yeah, it's happening, another source would say it wasn't happening. And I think one of the things we often assume about video game studios is that everyone is on the same page. One of the key things I've learned about 343 in my investigations is that that studio was not on the same page with many things, if anything. So while some people were adamant that the Switch was happening, a lot of other people were adamant that it wasn't happening. And I was kind of like, well, who do I believe here? You know? So presumably Jason's got a higher up source or someone that he really trusts about that stuff, you know, with regards to the engine switch. And yeah, like I think I mentioned on a show that they had a prototype of Forge running on Unreal Engine. So I've heard, which scans with what Jason said about there being Unreal Engine prototypes. But I could never lock it down. I can never lock it down to a single cohesive narrative, and that's also what I can say about the studio in general. There doesn't seem to be a single narrative of blame, or like this is to blame or that is to blame. It seems like a multifaceted sort of collaborative effort of people, or structurally something at 343 was just desperately wrong. I'm still working on it because I wanna make sure I get as many sources as possible if I'm reporting on this, because I really, really want to be accurate. You know, I really want to be accurate on where this is going. So I'm trying to get as many sources as possible. It's really, really hard because everyone says something different, you know. And I did see this. There's a Twitter thread posted. I can't remember the name of the lass who posted it. Maybe someone in chat can let us know. But someone in Twitter posted a thread about what had been happening at 343 that supposedly they'd heard about or something. And some of the stuff in that as well, like some of it could conceivably be true, but other parts of it were just like, well, that never happened kind of thing. So it's kind of, again, it's like, who do you believe? You know, was this all accurate, or is it just someone really bitter who wants to sow discontent against 343? Like, you don't really know. And I've spoken to like about a dozen people, you know, and you know, because there has been a lot of layoffs, and there's more people willing to talk than there used to be to me about it. So yeah, so the Unreal Engine change, clearly that's probably happening. I mean, if Jason Schreier has got a really good source on it, and he's willing to put his name to a report to that effect. And Microsoft hasn't come out and denied it. You'll notice, that says to me that it's probably happening. And we've got the evidence from me about the prototypes for Forge and all kinds of other stuff, and I kind of I'm really inclined to believe that that's true now about the engine switch. But again, it's also kind of how far are we going to go with this engine switch? How pervasive is this engine switch going to be? Is it going to be just future games? Is it going to be Tatanka as well? Is Tatanka on Slip Space? But honestly, it kind of feels like it's going to be Tatanka as well, because there hasn't been a new Tatanka build on Slip Space for 2 months. So that kind of says to me pretty much all you need to know about where Tatanka's going. Chances are it is going into Unreal Engine. And it makes sense because I believe Certain Affinity they've worked on Unreal Engine quite a lot with other games. And they've probably got a lot of experience already within the team. And it kind of just makes sense if, they are geared for Unreal Engine to start going in that direction, especially in a world where costs are being cut. You don't want to have a lot of technical debt teaching people to use Slip Space, an engine which you've literally just fired all the people who built the engine. So chance again. There's just a ton of evidence for Unreal. Will this change the way Halo feels forever, which was always the so-called worry? And was it Bonnie Ross, I think, who said in an interview that they didn't go with Unreal because they were worried it was going to change the way Halo felt. I mean, that she's basically just echoing the argument from the internal argument about it, because there does seem to have been this big internal debate about, do we go with Unreal or not? And I suppose part of that is people are, protecting their jobs, because they go for Unreal Engine. You don't need engine architects anymore. And a lot of those people who built the Slip Space engine, they're probably people who, have been with Microsoft for a long time, and they would have a vested interest of not switching to a non-proprietary engine, because it would again mean probably layoffs. So yeah, Rand, it's honestly, it's just a narrative. The narrative I've got about that company is there is just no cohesion. There was no single unified voice. There was no vision of everyone pulling in one direction. It just genuinely seems like a true nightmare situation. And everyone I've spoken to, some of the key themes are basically about being unhappy with it. People who literally having therapy about the game's development. It's horrible to think about. How much of a sort of a shit show it must have been for people working there, So it sounds like it's been horrible, and I'm sort of I'm honestly not sure where Halo goes from here. I'd say that Peter Hintz, I think his name is. I don't know how to pronounce it because I've never really spoken, but this dude's seriously got his work cut out for him, because he's not just inheriting a fan base that is, sort of really tired of the situation they've been in. He's inheriting a studio that is kind of in a really sort of dark place, I think. But the one unifying thing about 343 is that everyone loved Halo. This wasn't a team of random people that were put together out of the blue to to sort of build a cash cow for Microsoft. This is a team of people who actively wanted to work on Halo. They actively loved Halo. They're actively passionate about Halo, reading up on the lore and being experts of the game's lore and its history and stuff. People who work on Halo since Halo 4. This was not a ragtag group of random people. So, for me, the book stops at leadership. Leadership clearly didn't have a cohesive vision, and the teams weren't structured in a way where hundreds of people could sort of unify and push towards the same common goal. That's honestly where it feels like for me, because it's not like the expertise wasn't there. It honestly feels like it was just a structural thing mixed with, impatience from maybe Microsoft's level, like we've got to ship this out this quarter. Halo needed another year in delay. It needed another year in delay to get the service to where it needed to be, to have a plan in place on the single player. There was never a plan in place for the single player. Everyone had all this hopium for the Endless. The Endless never existed. There was no The Endless DLC. It was literally just a trademark. There was never a discussion about what it would be. There was never a plan in place to have single player DLC. It was all hands on deck multiplayer, and the people that couldn't work on multiplayer were basically just building prototypes and stuff, or working on other random things. It just sounds like it's been like an awful experience for everyone involved, And I don't know where they go from here. Where do you take it? Because Halo Infinite was already a soft reboot in some ways. They threw away all the Halo 5 story. They switched it to open world. They basically upended what Halo is meant to be. And it felt like, this is a solid basis. And I think a lot of the 9 and 10s out of 10s that it was given from reviewers revolved around this idea that this is a strong basis. And Chris Lee's comments that it was a 10-year plan. It represented a 10-year plan of game development. But now it comes down to it. We know that it was just not a thing. All of it was just not a thing, and there's no plan in place after launch. It needed another year, and whoever they'd already exhausted their political sort of will internally because they'd already delayed it 1 year. They needed another year in delay probably, but it's too late. It's too late, baby. So what do you do? Oh, and Rand, my headphones have just run out of battery.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, this is the problem podcast, man. This is literally the problem podcast.
Well, you
Rand, I'll just talk to the piece while I short this headset thing out. God damn it.
Yeah. Man, the Halo stuff. I mean, we've talked about it at length before. I think it's a sad state of affairs that Halo's basically come down to this, that the flagship franchise is meant to linger, this way. Like, you have to lay off 100 people because Halo Infinite, in my opinion, seems like it's a massive failure, at least revenue-wise, mainly because, like we talked about with the whole live service stuff, you need players to be playing your game. You need a lot of them because some of them aren't going to spend any money. And it seems like they don't really have a lot of people playing Halo to make the revenue targets that they want. So it's like, we need to... I guess if you want to look at it from the good side, is that people have been asking for 343 not to make Halo for a while, and that leadership was the problem. So now leadership is gone. Now Bonnie Ross is gone, Chris Lee's gone. The people that a lot of people have said is the reasons why this stuff, they're all gone, right? So maybe if you want to look at it from, like a sliver of light, as like this could lead to a better Halo. Maybe certain affinities better for it. Maybe the people that were there before that are now gone were the ones who were, I don't know, like stopping Halo from being great or whatever. I don't really know. All I know is that Halo at one point was the premier franchise, the premier IP. They built the studio to continue on with that. And here we are 3 years later, or 3 games later, and it's basically, it's Master Chief in Halo is just declined in such a way where, now you're worried about the future, despite them saying like, oh no, Master Chief and Halo will still be around. It's like, will they though? And if it's just like multiplayer only, I know that's where they're going to make their bread and butter, but a lot of people are like single player. I want the story of the Chief. And now it sounds like you at least won't get some single player stuff for quite some time. So it's like, for a lot of people, maybe Halo's dead for a bit before they can reboot it into something else. But then just like, man, how did we end up here? Who's, the management at Xbox? Like, how does Matt Booty and Phil allow this to happen to their biggest game? I still struggle to understand how you can end up in this situation. How you can show that demo at E3 2020 and not think people would be like, what the F is this? And then like, okay, we need to delay it, but then sort of push it out. Like, it's clear to me that the game needed to be delayed another year. So it's like, what was the timelines for this? And even if it was delayed another year, would it even have done it? I don't know. Like, I'm just at a loss for words. I'm at a loss for words, Jez, about Halo, how Halo ended up in this situation. How it ended up like this, where now you need to co-develop it with a different company, and we're taking a break, and everybody gets, and 100 people get laid off, and everybody has this idea of a 10-year Halo with single player and all this stuff, and that didn't seem to really exist. Like, it's just mind-boggling to me. Because like I don't feel like Nintendo would mismanage Zelda, or they would mismanage Mario.
They mismanaged Metroid.
Well, I don't think Metroid was ever really that big in the first place. But like Zelda, I mean, it wasn't. If you go look at like the highest selling Metroid game, it's 3 million copies. Metroid is not on the level of popularity or sales wise that Mario and Zelda are. I just even you could say like, well, there's been too many Halo games, but it's like, how many Mario games have there been? There's like 50 Mario games, and nobody seems to care that they milk Mario because each one of those games are good. So it's like, I don't think Halo's been, ridden into the ground, essentially. It just, I don't know, man. It's just disappointing to see happen to what was, a great franchise. Maybe it can be great again. Maybe this is exactly what Halo needed. Maybe new people in charge, new ideas can reboot the game in a way that people would enjoy. I also feel like they need to get this idea out of their head that Halo can compete with the Fortnites and Call of Duties and Apexes of the world, because I don't think it can. I do not think Halo can compete with those games. That's not to say you couldn't make a Halo game and make it be successful, but it needs to be budgeted and aimed at the right audience. So like I think you have to give up on the idea of Halo throwing $500 million or whatever at Halo so it can compete with those. I don't think you can. I don't think, and maybe the chat's gonna hate me for this, but it's like, I don't think Halo can compete with those games. I don't think it's on that level anymore. I think the other games have surpassed it in popularity, and Halo's declined. That's not to say you couldn't make a great Halo game targeted at a demographic that could make you money, because I certainly think you can. But I think trying to shoot for the pie in the sky, like we're going to be the next big free-to-play game, I don't think that's ever going to work out for Halo. Ever. I don't think so. Even if... And the thing is, Halo Infinite started great, too. It's not like it was reviewed poorly or, it literally won Player's Choice at the Game Awards. It has like an 87 on Metacritic. So, like, it reviewed extremely well. And people, if you go back and you look at 2021 when it launched, there was so much hype for Halo. People were like, Halo's back, the king is back. Everybody was so excited because the game plays extremely well. The campaign was fun. They like mixed it up with the open world and the grappling hook and all that stuff. And we were like, oh man, you're imagining the future of Halo. But then once people were done with the campaign, and then like they couldn't play it in co-op because the co-op was delayed a year, and then the multiplayer had problems with having content because they didn't have their live service was basically non-existent. Suddenly everybody drops off Halo and they go back to their other stuff, and there's no reason to come back to Halo because they didn't launch Forge until a year later, and the co-op stuff till a year later. It was just, they were just pussyfooting around. So it's like, yeah, like, so you had it in the beginning, like you had it. It was there. People were excited about it again, and it was a well-reviewed, it's like, and people were like, let me play this, yes. And then you felt like, I don't know, you tripped over your own feet, smashed your head against the ground, and everybody just pointed to you and laughed, and then they went back to their real friends. It's a really sad situation, what happened here. Because maybe it'd be a little bit more bearable if Halo Infinite came out and just sucked. Like, if we got the game and the campaign was garbage and the multiplayer just wasn't right and everybody's like, what is 343 doing here? Like, they really just screwed the pooch. But that wasn't what people was saying. that wasn't the reaction from the public. People were incredibly happy. You know, maybe that pill will be easier to swallow if that was the case, but like it wasn't the case. It was actually really good. It's just they fumbled the core element of a live service game to keep people engaged. Ah, man. I don't know how we ended up here, Jez. I really don't. It's a fucking shame. It's a fucking shame that we did.
Yeah, I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do from here, man. I mean, it's like you say, like you kind of where do you go from here? Especially with the service games apocalypse. Can like a traditional Halo multiplayer work in current year, where it's not like gunning for free to play battle royale. It's like, you know, almost Call of Duty like in its formula, or can only Call of Duty work like that now, where it's I don't know, a premium multiplayer experience which isn't free to play, you know. And then even Call of Duty has its Warzone, which by all accounts has also declined.
Yep. What
do you do? I think maybe it's time for a lot of these companies to just accept that they ain't going to be Fortnite. They ain't going to be Fortnite, you know, and that whole era is going to have to be re-looked at, you know. I think even so, I bet even Fortnite's facing declines, you know. I think the market for that kind of game has just shrunk, and I think like the fact that even Apex Mobile's closed down. By all accounts, Apex Mobile was actually a decent mobile game for people who actually enjoy mobile games. It's crazy, man. I don't know what you do. I'm just like, I ain't a Halo fan. Everyone in chat knows, but there's something about Halo failing which is disconcerting as an Xbox fan. Whether you're into Halo or not, and Phil said it best. It's like, if we lose our way with Halo, we lose our way with Xbox, and it's disconcerting if they can't even nail Halo. While Sony's out here with The Last of Us TV show, pulling out all the stops and getting accolades, probably going to end up winning awards at like major mainstream shows, especially for like episode 3, which everyone was raving about. I think they've got a big problem on their hands, man, because it's not going to be free to play on mobile that drives the future of Xbox. It's going to be, you know, can we make our games as desirable as Sony's making them? Sony's making The Last of Us so desirable right now with the TV show to normies and casuals and people who, like, you know, have never played it before. It's hitting Steam for the first time soon, if I got that right. Man, like Sony's strategy is just so much better than Microsoft's right now. So much better, and being executed better. And I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's Microsoft's structure as a corporate entity, which doesn't provide the necessary flexibility to really deliver this strategy. That's my concern. And I suppose this is another reason why all eyes will be on what they do with Gears of War. And which is why I'm kind of encouraged that they're going all in on Gears 6, because Gears 6 is another chance to execute that transmedia strategy where Halo failed. Halo Infinite as a service game failed. The Halo TV show failed. Can Gears turn it around in partnership with Netflix?
I mean,
will they finally have a formula?
It'd be great to see, because they can't do it with Fallout, because there's no Fallout game to go with the Fallout TV show, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, they're going to re-release Fallout 4, I guess.
Well, yeah, they are doing a next-gen upgrade of the Fallout games, yes.
Yeah. Jakester said it best. FOMO sells, and everyone's talking about Last of Us right now. Where's the Xbox FOMO, Rand?
Hi-Fi Rush. You don't understand the FOMO about Hi-Fi Rush. I've seen PlayStation fans lose their minds over this game, Jez. FOMO's real with Hi-Fi Rush.
Now, Hi-Fi Rush is something that needs an anime.
It does need
absolutely
transmedia content. 100%. We talked about it. It definitely needs that.
Well, that's the good news. That is the good news, right? The good news is that despite the absolute catastrophe that represents Halo Infinite, Hi-Fi Rush gives us a glimmer of hope that there is at least one team at Microsoft that can deliver a game, that like has mass market appeal. Like the flight simulator stuff, great, but doesn't necessarily have mass market appeal. Age of Empires 2 on Xbox is amazing, absolutely amazing. I know, and again, it's not your kind of game, but they absolutely nailed the controller controls for Age of Empires 2 on Xbox. I am stunned at how good they nailed that. I wouldn't. There's stuff with Age of Empires 2 that I never would have expected. How much they've changed the game to make it work on console. But again, it's not mass market appeal. And Purple Tree Fire says I'm being unfair to Obsidian. But yeah, Obsidian's another one. Obsidian's another studio that we know can deliver. So, but like a lot of these studios are like, the games are quite far out, probably. I think you said you expect Avowed. Did you say you expect Avowed this year?
No, 0%. No.
Well, yeah, I mean, but again, these are franchises that will have to be built up. Like, how do you screw up Halo? How do you screw up Halo, your biggest franchise? Your Mario. Halo is your Mario, and you fucked it up. How do you do that? That's the big worry. The big question mark.
I think it's just the people in charge of 343 weren't the right people in charge, and they should have been removed earlier, and they weren't. And I think that's on Phil and Matt for not removing them earlier, before Halo Infinite started production. I think they let that fester, and then this is the situation that comes from it. So I think it's poor leadership, 343, with not knowing what to make and not knowing what fans wanted, and taking too long and promising an engine that would do all these things, and now they're pivoting to Unreal potentially, and then it's like, well, how does that happen? It's like I think Phil and them have loyalty to their friends, and it's like I think Bonnie and those people probably should have been removed earlier. Yeah. Judging from what like former 343 employees are saying about it, it's like, well, yeah. It's a shame. But we have E3 news, Jez. Xbox, Nintendo, and PlayStation will not attend E3 2023, which isn't that big of a surprise. PlayStation hasn't done it since, 2019? Xbox is like across the street, but they're not really a part of E3. I mean, neither really is Nintendo. So, like, when I saw this, I was like, well, this isn't really that big of a shocker. We already know, because Microsoft already says so, that they'll have a summer showcase. And they'll probably there's even some talks that they'll have their own sort of physical thing, maybe, going on at the same time or whatever. I mean, so what do you think about all this E3 stuff? Did Keighley win? E.T.? Did Keighley win? Is it all about Summer Games Fest? Is E3 shutting down for those couple years and coming back? Just people realize that they can do their own thing and there was no need to pay these exorbitant costs for boots or anything? What do you think's going on?
Exorbitant?
Exorbitant means a lot.
No, you mean exorbitant.
Whatever the correct word is, Mr. Manager of a website.
Well, I kind of scratched my head at this too, because it's like, hang on a sec, Microsoft is going to be at E3 because they're doing it the same way they always do it, which is, or they have done it the last few years, which is they use the Microsoft Theater, which is across the street, and they have their stuff in there, which is what they always have done recently. They used to have a floor plan in the LA Convention Center, but it's kind of like if you're Microsoft, well, we have this cool venue called the Microsoft Theater. Why don't we do it there? So they did that for the last couple of years because they also have like the outdoor bit too. That like the outdoor bit was dedicated entirely to Mixer, God rest its soul, back in 2019, right? So they've got the outdoor bit as well. And for me, that makes them part of E3. I'm sorry. If they're doing an event during the week of E3, if they are coordinating their press events around other people that are doing E3 shows, that kind of makes them part of E3, in my opinion. I mean, you can disagree, But like, if I'm press and I'm going there, everyone's going to be referring to it as E3. Microsoft themselves are going to be referring to it as E3. It's E3 at the end of the day. So for me, I was kind of scratching my head at this. But at the same time, like, again, Sony and Nintendo also have started doing their own thing for the last however millions of years. So I kind of felt like it was a big nothing. I don't know. Is that unfair?
No, it's not unfair because I didn't really think it was that big of news because PlayStation hasn't been in there in years. Xbox really does their own thing, so I was like, not surprised. And Nintendo, like, yeah, I didn't really think it was. I mean, I guess it's truly the end of an era, right? No first party, like, manufacturers or whatever, console makers officially a part of E3, even if they're going to be doing stuff around E3 because that's when, like, everyone in the media is there. So it's like, of course, you're going to do something around that time frame because everybody's in town and stuff. You know, and even if I was going to go this year, because I'm still thinking about maybe going, I wasn't thinking about going to the E3 port, you know, part of it. All I wanted to go was, I wanted to go the Friday. I want to hang out with friends, meet everybody in the Xbox community, meet everybody in the Xbox 2 community that would be there, chill out with the homies, have a great time, watch the live conference, and then literally go home. That would have been my whole plan. Like, I have no interest in going on the E3 show floor. I did that once already. It was cool, but it was not something I would really want to do again. I don't want to wait in lines for stuff. And sure, I could probably get admittance for E3 for free or whatever it would be because I have a channel and I could get media access and all that stuff, but that's not why I want to be there. It would be to meet you guys in the chat, you know, Xbox 2 fans. You know, it would be to meet, like, Cold Eastwood and Lord Cognito and King David and Tim Dog and, you know, whoever else, you know, Gaming Forte and every Gaz, you know, you Jez, if you were to go, like, everybody who would be from the Xbox community that's supported and that I've talked to, you know, over the years, like, that would be why. Like, I don't want to go to the show. I'm not even really interested in going to Summer Games Fest. It's about, like, meeting people and, like, seeing the live show and then going home.
Community.
That's it. Like, that's all I care about. Online Life says VGC is also saying that Xbox marketing got cut, Jez. Is that true or false?
It's probably true. Like, everything's, but it's another one of them. It's like everything got cut.
And Paris. I want to see Paris, too, because I want to see Paris and Gas fight in the parking lot. Need to meet Paris.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Why are they going to fight, bro?
I don't know. It's kind of just a joke. They're not actually going to fight.
Oh.
Well, Astro, I've already met Jez. We hung out a lot at E3 2016. I'm talking about people I've never met, you know, rather than people I have met.
And plus, I think Rand knows I'm not going this year because we've got no travel budget. So,
well, yeah. So Jez doesn't have a travel budget. I don't know if I'll go. But yeah, I mean, marketing budget being cut, I could see it. A lot of things happen when you have drastic layoffs at companies. You know, budgets get cut for whatever reasons, and I mean, I could see that being true. I mean, I don't know if it is true, but you know, I could see it being true. People are like, Xbox had a marketing budget, lol.
well,
I mean, they do have to hire people to tweet on the official accounts and tweet memes and stuff. That's not free. They do post stuff on TikTok. Somebody's got to do it. It ain't free. You know? It's not a free thing. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see how this plays out. I mean, I think this to be expected. I just wonder if Sony's going to have something around that time frame too. Like, Sony hasn't done an event in a while. I mean, they've done some state of plays, but people are talking about a big showcase. They have this PSVR 2 coming out soon. You think they would want to do a state of play for that? That comes out, I think PSVR 2 comes out at the end of this month. He's like, they should probably do a state of play for that to, like, hype it up and show some of the games, you know. But then people also want to know, like, you know, there's some people are kind of have question marks about Xbox's games and when they're actually releasing, right? Like, oh, when Starfield's coming out and when is Forza coming out and what's up with Hellblade and all these games. Xbox fans at least know the games that Xbox is making. Like PlayStation, it's kind of they've only announced what? The only exclusives that they have announced from their first party left are Spider-Man 2 and Wolverine. And Jeff Grubb said that Wolverine's targeting late 2024, possibly 2025. But and Last of Us Factions. And that's really about it. If they haven't announced what Sucker Punch is doing, or what Guerrilla. Well, I mean the leaks, but I'm just saying there's only a couple games that are announced from Sony from first party, and it's like people want to showcase because they want to know what a lot of the other Sony's first party studios are doing. They're like, where's this damn showcase? But I mean, as sales have shown.
But Sony can get away with that because they're more consistent.
They don't need to because it's just the way it is, I guess.
They've earned it. I'm sorry, they've earned it by being consistent. So the people are willing to accept the silence a little bit more, because they are consistent with what they deliver. Generally speaking, in my opinion.
Purple Haze in Super Chat says, "What do you guys think it would take to make a great Superman game, just like the Arkham games, and be exclusive to Xbox? Which team do you think Xbox can have it?" Well, none. I don't think a Superman game would ever be exclusive to Xbox, so I don't think that's a possibility. But what would it take? You would need a great developer, and I don't know how Superman would work in a game because he's so overpowered compared to everybody else. So it would have to be a situation where he gets depowered, and then and you have to fight to it's either you depower him or the enemies you fight have to be as powerful as him because he's so ridiculously powerful. So I'm not necessarily sure how a Superman game could work in that aspect. I guess you could have it where the red sun is affecting him in the city, and you can remove sections of the city that are affected by the red sun so he gets his power back slowly, and then you can now I can have super strength, and now I can fly, and now I can have heat vision and those sort of things. That's the only really way I could see working. But which team?
I think the only team I think you could do that with, probably not an Xbox team. First of all, I think you could get one of Respawn's teams to do it using the Anthem engine for the flight stuff. Because then you've already got half the game made. So yeah, I couldn't see that being made by Xbox. I suppose one thing that's interesting is what will the Xbox landscape look like if Fable hits? If Fable's really good and really delivers this sort of idea of a open world RPG, action RPG, and we sort of get this. Then we basically get another studio that can actually make mass appeal games, right? And then the possibilities open up a little bit more. But right now, it's we don't even know if we don't even know if Fable will come out. Maybe it'll get cancelled.
Don't say that now, Jez.
I was going to throw that out there. Maybe it'll get cancelled. Maybe it'll end up like another Halo situation where the team, there was no cohesion on the team and it's all a mess, and and the game ended up needing another year delay, but didn't get one because Saty said no, and maybe we end up in that kind of situation with it. We just don't know right now. So yeah, I'd like to see the Jedi Fallen Order team have a crack at it using the assets from Anthem. I think that's probably how you do that. But
yeah. Infinity Doc says, with the engine switch, when do you see Tatanka releasing? I mean, I wasn't expecting it to 2024 anyways. Now, if it's evolving into something else, I mean, who knows? 2025? I don't know. Definitely not this year, I don't think.
Yeah, it's a problem. I suppose we don't know how much that can do when it comes to porting stuff, How much of that game could be ported to Unreal Engine feasibly, We just don't know, really.
Yeah. 2024 at the earliest. Special Nick says, how the hell are you two still going? Because we put on a professional podcast with lots of different topics, and we just go on and on and on about whatever we want to talk about, Nick. That's what happens when people tune in to watch, Thanks for thanks for showing up, by the way, and only super chatting $2 when I show up to your show. I usually throw you a 10, but I only get 2 Australian didgeridoos. How's that fair?
Yeah, it's
You know?
probably conversion rate. Like the
He should-
equivalent what Nick just super chatted you is probably equivalent to like $50.
No, it's definitely not. He should be throwing me at least 7 for GoldenEye. And how many is like the $2 basically supposed to be telling me how many hours you played of GoldenEye so far? Just 2 hours. It's been out for a week. Is that it? Is that all? Is that all you played of GoldenEye? Should I bring up your gamer card again, Nick, and be like, how come you haven't? Have you finished Dead Space yet, Nick? Yeah, well, Nick's here. It's time to bully Nick. You know, he says he has a family and responsibilities. Yeah, of course, everybody's excuse. Family and responsibilities.
Yeah, that's my excuse too. Actually, yeah, it's my excuse. Thanks, Nick. I needed an excuse.
Yeah, family and responsibilities. What else we got here? We have Tyler says, just tuning in and sharing some love. Keep up the great work, gents. Thank you, Tyler. Fly Guy says, Halo Battle Royale needs to be on PlayStation to succeed. Sorry. So at least there's someone who agrees with you, Jez, about Xbox games being on PlayStation to succeed. I don't agree with Fly Guy, but you know, whatever.
I think he might be trolling.
Maybe he's trolling.
I actually caveated that and said that shooters are okay.
You did say that. You did say that. Donataku says, it's harder to make a successful Halo. Great multiplayer with consistent updates, great campaign with co-op and Forge. No dev must deliver all this to be considered a success, especially not Sony and Nintendo. Well, I mean...
Well, Nintendo got Splatoon, right?
Yeah, but I mean...
But I guess it doesn't have a campaign.
Yeah, and a lot of PlayStation games also don't have the multiplayer component. But it's not like Halo...
Like, no one's saying it's not hard.
Yeah.
But this is the one thing Microsoft shouldn't have screwed up. It's the one thing, you know. I don't know.
Yeah. Nobody's saying it's easy, but it's also and I think it was a success. We talked about Halo Infinite was a success. It's at launch. It just wasn't so much so afterwards when everybody stopped playing the game. And that's why you need content. If you're not ready to launch a live service, don't launch the live service. Wait until you have content ready to go. They clearly didn't. I don't know how much more we can really say about that. Nick says that he doesn't have YouTube millions. That just his super chats are my own money. Like, and what is my money not my own money too? Come on, Nick. Let's see what else. Any more? Or are we just gonna be done with these? And yeah, that's it. So we're gonna be transitioning to Patreon questions, which I think we have a lot of. So if you guys are gonna drop the show now before we get to questions, because I know a lot of people do, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe if you're new. Make sure you do not check out Xbox Era's podcast tomorrow whatsoever. Just don't even go to Reset Era, not Xbox Era. That's what I'll say.
Wow.
Reset Era, not Xbox Era. They're definitely more balanced there. Definitely do not support Xbox Era. And make sure everybody at Special Nick on Twitter and ask him why he hasn't beat GoldenEye yet. You know, Gaz has 1,000 out of 1,000 in GoldenEye. He wasn't kidding when he said he was going to play it. He went and he did it. Wow. You know?
That's impressive, bro.
So, anyways, let's take a look at some of these questions from the wonderful Patreons at Xbox, of the Xbox 2. You can be a Patreon as well, at patreon.com/XB2. And we got a question here from Elijah Vasquez. At this rate, even with the info you guys have behind the scenes, do you think Xbox will successfully make up the ground lost from the Xbox One gen to at least break even with PlayStation in terms of market share and users? Also, quick side question, what is the one video content leak that you guys have produced or shared that you're most proud of? So, I'll say, I don't think Xbox can match PlayStation in terms of market share this gen at all. I think their best bet is potentially with ABK for next generation, if there is a next generation, which I think there will be. I don't think it's possible this gen. As far as users, they could have more monthly active users. I think in most recent reports they already do.
They do,
I think it's like 120 for Xbox and 111 for PlayStation. And that doesn't even take into account like Minecraft, which has like 150 million monthly active users plus. So I think there's a chance, because of Xbox's ability to be everywhere, be on your TV, be on your PC, be on your mobile phone, and all that sort of stuff. That they could have more users, monthly active users, but as far as console market share, I don't think they're going to be able to match that. It might be close here in the States, but worldwide it definitely won't be. So I would say no. What do you think, Jez?
Yeah, I think it's maybe next gen. If they have like some kind of banger exclusives out of Bethesda and Activision at the same time, maybe. Like one thing I often think about is like Blizzard's survival game. Could that go exclusive potentially after the deal's done? Maybe. Definitely maybe. But we'll I don't know if we'll see them meet them on the console market share. I think Sony's way too entrenched. And I think that ship has well and truly sailed for global market. But, who knows? The idea of Microsoft coming into this industry at all was previously just sort of like an imaginary kind of thing. And everyone's sort of like, Microsoft can't compete in this business kind of thing. And yeah, it was a very different landscape back then, but they did. They proved everyone wrong. So maybe they can do it again. We'll have to wait and see.
Special Nick says, I reckon it's already way closer than people assume. I don't think so, Nick. I think I give that Nick rumor 0 Nicks out of 10. Nick's trying to push this thing that Xbox and PlayStation are close. PlayStation I think is at like 32 million now. Xbox, I think Xbox is around 22 million, so I think there's a 10 million gap at this point. Nick's like, bro, I think Xbox is at like 27 million or 25 million. I'm like, I don't think they're that high. But that's the thing. We don't know because Microsoft does not share any numbers. So
no, they don't know.
Yeah, we'll never know. But 0 Nicks out of 10 for that. But as far as video content leak that you guys have produced or shared that you're most proud of, what do you think, Jez? What's your favorite leak that you're most proud of?
I'm not really proud of any of them. Because it doesn't feel nice to do. It really doesn't. Yeah, I can't say I'm proud of any of them because it doesn't feel nice to do it ever. So I'll say nothing, to be honest. I can tell you what maybe gave me the most relief because there's a bunch of stuff that I leaked that I wasn't 100% sure about, and it was kind of like, oh god, this is one thing I do not want to be wrong about. I think the adaptive controller was one of them. I was like, oh god, I don't want to be wrong about that. But thankfully that was not incorrect. And stuff like that, I guess. It's more about sort of being relieved, I suppose, is the emotion I feel more than pride when it comes to leaking stuff. Also, it's not nice wondering if Xbox hates you now because they're not going to tell you they hate you. But I definitely feel like since the developer direct, I definitely feel this sort of undercurrent of animosity that wasn't there before, personally. And it's fine, but it's my job. I have to do it. It's my job.
Yeah. I mean, most of my videos are all sort of, I don't know. They're all kind of blend together for me. There are ones I'm definitely proud of, but I couldn't tell you what they are off the top of my head. I mean, I am proud of some of my predictions, for sure. Or some of my predictions that actually were predictions that nobody knew. The one I'm really happy about was one I actually didn't have any foreknowledge of. Was the day of the Game Awards 2019. I had predicted that they were going to announce the new console that day at the show, based off of some of the things that they were changing. Of like their YouTube banner and stuff. I don't know if you remember.
Oh
this,
yeah,
Dad.
I remember that.
I was like,
yeah, the YouTube banner thing.
I think they're announcing the system. Look who's at the show. They're all tweeting to watch it. I was like, I think they're gonna announce it, and then it was right. And I was like, oh. And then I think the other one was like when I told Tim and I told you that Scalebound was canceled, and neither of you believed me. Neither of you, both of you were like, there's no way they would cancel Scalebound. There's no way. And I was just like, I don't know. I think Scalebound's canceled, and then it was. So there are like those that I remember. But anyways, thank you. James Whitfield says, what do you think is the correct ratio of first-party games released by size, like AA versus AAA? I think maybe I would like for Xbox to release more smaller games if they could be developed and released in 2 to 3 years.
Correct ratio.
Yeah, like a ratio of like how many first-party games would come out in a year and how many of them are AA versus how many are AAA.
Ideally, we'd have one big AAA at least once a quarter.
Yeah,
and that's a tall order.
that is a
so
very
like
tall order.
I don't even believe like Microsoft. I think Microsoft said they want to get to that point. I don't believe for a second Microsoft can get to that point. So maybe it's more realistic to say once. I don't know. Once every, I don't know, maybe 3 times a year for a big game. Maybe that's a little bit more realistic. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. And then maybe 3 or 4 smaller games.
I mean, I kind of
year.
look at it like 50-50. Like, to me, it's like, if you have 2 small games, then you should have 2 big games. If you have 3 big games, maybe you should also have 3 small games. Like, I feel like you at least need to match the number of the small games with the number of your big games. They need to at least match, which they essentially would have last year if Starfield and Redfall had come out. They would have matched the smaller games. But when it becomes lopsided is when you don't have the big games to match the small games. And, you know, when you play Hi-Fi Rush and it's like considered a small game and you realize, well, it's not really, because there's some serious money and time went into this and it's incredible. But I feel like the ratio sort of needs to be half and half. I would say the ratio probably needs to lean more towards the bigger games, because the bigger games are what's going to get people to subscribe to Game Pass. You know, they're going to be the ones that get people actually interested in the Xbox ecosystem and stuff like that. You know, like, it's great to do, you know, the small stuff as long as you have the big stuff that drives engagement and makes the money. And then you can sort of have the smaller stuff, the indie darlings that can be award-winning, you know, contenders and things like that. But I think you need both. I think they both need to be the similar ratio, more leaning towards the bigger games than the smaller games. What else we got here? Paul Vitas says, what would your guess be when we could hear about Double Fine's next game? Yeah, what has it been? 2 years? This will be 2 years since they released Psychonauts 2. That was 2021. Depending on how big that game is, and I think they're making 2 games. I think they split up into 2 teams. So there might be 2 games from them. Maybe you can maybe you see it as early as this year. So we'll see. I mean, whatever it is, I'll be super interested because Psychonauts 2 was amazing. So I'm really down. I actually really want them to revisit Psychonauts again at some point in time, whether down the road. Ryan Kipple says, I know you're not an avid... What? Kipple?
It's pronounced Kipple.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ryan Kipple. I know you're not an avid Forza fan, Jez, but what would both of you guys like to see from the next Forza Horizon 5 DLC? I think a crossover with the Demolition Derby theme could be really cool and different, but that's just my 2 cents.
I would love if Forza was a more demolition-oriented, but the rumor is they can't do that because the licensed cars put a limit on how smashed up the cars can look, apparently, which kind of sucks because it zaps the realism from the game for me, like saps it a bit. So I think Demolition Derby Forza that didn't use licensed cars would be great for me. But what theme? I don't know on theme. I think I prefer, if it was me, I prefer something more grounded. Maybe, you know, if it's set in Mexico, maybe do a DLC in Texas or something. I don't know.
What I've always sort of wanted is a Forza Horizon 5 DLC that's in a world like the Xbox world, where each region is a region from a game. Like, you're driving around like a really good idea. The Gears world, and there's Gears stuff. And then, now I'm in the Halo world, I'm on a ring. And like, now I'm in, you know, this Hellblade, you know what I'm saying? Like, basically make a world that's just populated by like Xbox stuff. And it's just like Xbox like fanfare all over the place and fan service. That would be I think that would be really cool, you know?
I like that.
Yeah, that'd be what I want. I'm very interested in seeing when that DLC's coming up, by the way, because They said we were supposed to see more of it at the beginning of this year, and obviously it is just the beginning of the year, so they have a lot more time. But because the what was the last one? Hot Wheels DLC was really good. raLf wiGUM says, "Are you guys excited to play Atomic Heart this month? The latest trailer knocked it out of the park for me. My interest on Atomic Heart has always been piqued. Some of the recent trailers have definitely got me more interested. So I will be playing it for sure when it comes out. Because it almost seems like that cross of like BioShock, and it's just like, oh man, like hopefully it's good, man. Hopefully it's really good. I can't wait. CJ,
looks pretty good.
Don't have a question this week. Just wanted to wish you guys a great weekend. Well, thank you. Hope you have a good weekend too. Omen. He says, "Happy Friday. After 2 years, we finally have our first Xbox exclusive from Bethesda released. That said, something I noticed is that the words Xbox and Microsoft is not in any of the splash screens when you launch Hi-Fi Rush. So my question is, do you think there should be an Xbox Game Studios splash screen on Bethesda games? And furthermore, do you think Starfield will have any Xbox branding? Personally, I find that a lot of my friends still don't realize that Microsoft bought Bethesda and they're not doing any favors by not having Xbox on the splash screen." Jez, you want to start with this one?
Which games did he talk about? With
He mentioned how Hi-Fi Rush doesn't have any Xbox or marketing in the splash screens, and that neither does the death loops or whatever.
Yeah.
Should they add Xbox Game Studio splash screen before Starfield? Essentially, Maybe
it's part of Bethesda being limited integration. They don't want to step on their toes or take away from the studio's identity, and I kind of appreciate that. But I do agree that they're kind of missing out with regards to that. But maybe that's the price of buying the studio, is that they have them as limited integration. Like we often talk about how Minecraft feels, I don't know, underutilized on Xbox. Like we don't have an Xbox Series X special version of Minecraft, and that's clearly because of the publishing deal they've got with Sony. Like clearly that's the reason why, in my view. Microsoft, I think Microsoft said in an interview somewhere they did have discussions about pulling Minecraft from PlayStation back in the day, and you have to wonder what the landscape would look like if they did do that. But yeah, I don't know. They probably are missing out on something though.
Yeah, I mean, technically, Bethesda's not a part of Xbox Game Studios, so I don't think they'll add
Microsoft. They're under Microsoft Gaming structurally.
Yeah. So I don't think you'll see a splash screen for Xbox Game Studios in front of Starfield because it's not an Xbox Game Studios game. It's a Bethesda game. So I think you'll continue to see the Bethesda splash screen. And I don't think you'll see Xbox and Microsoft in the wordings and all that stuff. And if as far as like getting more people aware of it, well, that's why each one of these like Xbox and Bethesda present the Developer Direct, Xbox and Bethesda E3 Showcase. They're constantly trying to tie the two names together to make people more aware that Xbox owned Bethesda. But it's just going to take time for people to really kind of hone in on that. Mythic Marty says, "Do you think there's another side to the Coalition canceling or pausing their rumored new IP project? Do you think maybe the studio and Xbox wanted to clear the deck first? Get Gears 6 out with the clear ending for a current story rather than launching a new IP and potentially creating a traffic jam similar to the one at Bethesda with Fallout, Elder Scrolls, and now Starfield. If the new IP had been a smash hit, Xbox and the studio would have felt pressure to follow that up to maintain momentum, which could have left the Gears fanbase feeling betrayed. Games aren't always canceled. Sometimes you're just waiting for the right tech, timing, or resource. Thanks, gents." Well, I think we sort of mentioned it. Jeff was saying that the reason they were making one in the first place was to learn Unreal Engine 5. And that they might have gotten all the necessary work when they did the Matrix demo. So the new game wasn't necessarily needed anymore.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's another side to it other than really that. I mean, because we don't even know the game really existed in the first place. So we don't know the reasons for them getting rid of it. And we don't even really know, outside of what Jeff has said, about the reasons for it existing in the first place. So, yeah, I mean, maybe they want Gears 6 out sooner. They got a Gears movie and a Gears animated show. Maybe it'd be better if Gears was coming out or timing it along with that to get that Last of Us, Cyberpunk, Arcane, League of Legends boost that didn't seem to happen with Halo. I don't know, but maybe it is something they could go after Gears 6. Maybe you can do something after that if you close off this story, because it's like I still don't think you can do Gears forever. I don't think. I don't know. When I look at, like, say, 15 years from now, it's like, are they still doing a Gears game? Is Gears 10 about to come out? I mean, I don't think so, because I think you need to have stuff that, you know, begins and ends. You know, you have something that has a beginning, a middle, and the end. And I don't think you can constantly just churn out games like that and maintain a big audience. So I think at some point they'll probably will have to shift, because they've told the stories they wanted to tell. Not saying they couldn't tell a different story in the Gears universe, and maybe that is what happens. It just wouldn't be Gears, but it would be set on, you know, that universe or whatever, within that universe at least. What do you think, Jez?
Yeah, sorry, I was just distracted by something in a minute.
It's okay.
So repeat that again, sorry.
No, about reasonings for canceling it outside of just, you know, another side to Coalition canceling or pausing their rumored project.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we don't know anything about it. We don't know how good it would have been. We don't know if it's a shame or it's a good thing. I think we just talked about it earlier. I think now's the right time, really, to focus on Gears, with the Gears stuff, the Gears movie and the Gears stuff coming out. I mean, there can always be... timing is a really hard thing to manage in game development, I feel like. You know, we often talk about how it's a real shame that we don't have a Halo... we don't have a Fallout project in the pipeline, and that's just because, like, just, you know, it's a traffic jam, like you said. So I don't know.
Yeah. See, Yaquin or Joaquin says, Rand, what's your reading, buddy? I mean, I'm on the Wisdom of Crowds, third book in the Age of Badness trilogy, First Law series. But I haven't read anything in a bit because I just been gaming, bro. Hi-Fi Rush, Dead Space got my attention. Haven't read anything in a little bit, but we'll finish that, and then it's time to decide a new series or a new book to read, because I've only been reading Joe Abercrombie and the First Law universe for probably a month now. So once I finish this, I'm done with that, and be on to something new. What else we got here? We have Army Dude 52C saying, there have been fewer and fewer split-screen multiplayer games. Do you think couch co-op and local multiplayer are becoming a thing of the past? Also, have a great weekend. Yes, I do think couch co-op and local multiplayer are becoming a thing of the past. 100%.
Yeah, it's just that there's more money to be made if you have to buy a second console to play online, you know? So that's where the money is. That's where they focus their efforts, and ultimately couch co-op suffers for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just, I don't know. I never really used couch co-op or local multiplayer, so it was no big loss for me. Lazar Wolf says, shout out to the best Xbox podcast on the planet. The number of live service games getting turned off recently is alarming. Avengers, Rumbleverse, Knockout City. Do you think publishers need to learn how to manage expectations? Yes. Not everything can be the next Fortnite, but some games can find a niche and a place in a live service market. Yeah. I 100% agree. There are live service, like Among Us, Fall Guys, Naruto Blade Point. There are live service games that aren't targeting to be the next Fortnite or next Call of Duty, that have sidled into a nice little niche, and that will probably continue to make money for a long time and be available because they serve an aspect of that market that's not being served by anybody else. So, I mean, I don't know. It's just one of those things where publishers do need to learn how to manage expectations, and that in turn comes with managing the budgets and stuff. And, you know, not everything's going to be a smash hit. I know live service is the big craze now, but The market is completely different now than it was in 2017. And you need to know that when making your game, because it is so filled to the brim of every type of live service game that you can possibly imagine that it'll be tough for something new to break in. So you have to be very aware of that. Christopher Lamarlo says, "Hey guys, do you guys like playing with alternate controller games such as DDR, Guitar Hero, the OG Armored Core Monster, or even Connect? Any that you miss or want to see more of?" I mean, Guitar Hero I played quite a bit of. It says Rock Band. I mean, I played also a bunch of Connect, but I never want to see another Connect in my life. Glad that Connect's dead. I wouldn't mind seeing Guitar Hero come back. I think that was a lot of fun. I wouldn't necessarily say I miss it, but, you know, I could go for a new Guitar Hero or Rock Band right now. I don't know about you. Any of this stuff you want to come back, Jez? Do you miss any of them?
Which games is that?
DDR, Guitar Hero, like games with alternate controller
the rhythm games.
Yeah, Connect.
I never really got into any of them, really. Honestly, I never really got into any of them. So me personally, I'm not that bothered about it. I'd like to see more of them for other people, though. I mean, variety is the spice of life, right?
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, I guess.
I
mean, Phil name-checked Guitar Hero in an interview about Activision, so
he sure did. Sleets, with Sony's earnings release recently showing promising subscription numbers for PlayStation Plus, and with gaming streaming subscriptions likely to become more popular and profitable in the coming decade, do you see a future where Sony could accept a catalog of Xbox exclusive games via Game Pass on PlayStation and vice versa with PS Plus and Xbox? Keeping in mind leadership in both companies will change over time. So the age-old question of Game Pass on PlayStation and PS Plus on Xbox. And yes, that is true. Leadership will change. Jim Ryan won't be in charge of PlayStation forever, and Phil at some point will leave, and somebody else will be in charge. And granted, there'll be a new CEO of Microsoft at some point. Satya won't always be in charge, and who knows if the next CEO of Microsoft feels the same way about gaming as Satya does. So there's always a lot of questions there. I don't really think we'll see Game Pass on PlayStation or PlayStation Plus on Xbox. I do not. The odds I definitely have those at like 10% or less. I mean, I could see a small scenario, which is why I don't have it at 0, but I really don't think they'll happen. And I would imagine Jez would agree with me on this one.
Sorry, what did you say again?
Are you not paying attention to anything going on?
I'm not. There's all kinds of shit going on at work right now.
Oh. Do you ever see Game Pass being on PlayStation or PlayStation Plus being on Xbox?
No.
Okay. Short answer, no. No.
I mean, if Xbox, like, if it gets to a point where the Xbox console install base is so tiny, so tiny, and that Microsoft's like had a runaway success story with cloud on PC and stuff like that, maybe we get into a world where Microsoft and Sony do a deal where Xbox Game Pass is on PlayStation. But I can't see the other way around happening as a sort of exchange kind of thing. I can't see that happening. But who knows, man? Crazy things have happened, right? Microsoft tried to buy Activision Blizzard. Did you hear about this?
Yeah, that's true. They did. They did try to buy it, and who knows? Yeah. And who knows if they'll actually be able to get it, right?
Yeah. I'm really sorry about the distractions at work. But people are messaging.
They won't leave. They should know it's Xbox 2 time and they leave you alone. They should know.
Yeah, I know, but some major news just leaked that concerns Microsoft that you won't be interested in.
No.
But Microsoft's ChatGPT powered Bing just leaked. So
I do not care for that. Give me Xbox stuff and I'll care.
Wait, you can talk about Xbox to ChatGPT, man.
Yeah, I don't care about that. Otako in the super chat says, I bought Hi-Fi Rush for my B-Day today. Well, happy birthday, Otako. And it's one of the best games I played in a long time. Have fun gaming, y'all. It is pretty damn awesome. And Infinite Umbra, my Chicago brother, says, gotta get going for the pod. Great show as always, fellas. Thank you for being here, Infinite Umbra. He was also one of the guys really disappointed about the Coalition. I saw his tweets about that. And it's like, man, it sucks. We want to see them do something other than Gears. I get you, man, you know? But we have more Patreon questions. Not Skywalker says, hello, lads. As an immense Halo fan and enjoyer of Xbox in general, Hi-Fi Rush has provided some reprieve in an otherwise dire couple weeks. I just want, if you're feeling it, a pause for optimism on what other studios are up to. Not leaks or details even necessarily, but how is morale at places like Compulsion, In Exile, or Ninja Theory? Do we feel their projects are well progressing and their staff are generally happy? Looking for any good news I can find. Cheers, Adian. What do you think, Jez?
You answer first.
Get some optimism up in... Well, so I don't know what morale's like at places like Compulsion, In Exile, Ninja Theory. I would assume they're good because there were no layoffs there, unlike other companies. I don't know how their projects are progressing. I couldn't tell you that. I don't have that information. I'm the wrong person to ask about that. I haven't heard anything about Hellblade 2, about how well or not it's progressing, or same thing with Compulsion or Exile. I'm the wrong person to ask for that. That would be Jez.
I would hope the morale's pretty good at these studios because Microsoft's invested a lot in them. They invested in a whole ass new building for Ninja Theory, for example. So you want to hope that morale's pretty good. But as someone who works in a corporation, I know that corporations have very money-oriented goals, which can trample on the dreams of human beings. Because money trumps everything.
Can you turn yourself down like a scooch?
Sorry, I'm too close. I'm too close to the
there
mic.
you go.
So like money trumps everything, in these situations, and that can hit morale. When you go from being an independent studio, you don't have shareholders stealing your profits. When you work for a corporation, you do have shareholders stealing your profits, and they own the business, but they don't contribute anything to the business. So it's kind of depressing when you sort of work as hard as you possibly can, and you are a profitable entity, but because there's no margins or the margins aren't good enough, they create layoffs to create bigger margins so they can give that money to shareholders again. So those are the kind of situations where morale can be hit when you're in a corporation. And it seems like Microsoft's trying to shield the independent studios from that right now, but they won't be able to do that forever, So, yeah, we don't know ultimately what it's like being in those studios.
But I think they're good though. Nobody got laid off there. I mean, I think they're In Exile seems to be pretty happy, judging from their posts on social media and stuff. So, yeah, I would imagine it's good. Sorry, No Waffle says, hey guys, what games are you looking forward to the most for this year? All platforms, first and third party. I mean, for me, Star Wars Jedi Survivor is probably number one. I'm also really looking forward to Redfall as well as Starfield. Dead Space is already out. Also, Spider-Man 2 has got my interest. I did enjoy the first Spider-Man game. I'm trying to think. Suicide Squad, I know people are all up in arms about I'm only interested in it because it's Rocksteady. Rocksteady's never disappointed me from their games, so it's I think they can nail it. So I'm interested in that game. I don't know. There's a lot of games coming out between now and June. So I'll be definitely playing a lot more. Atomic Heart, super interested. Wolong, gonna be playing that. Love Sekiro. So I know Jez is gonna be Starfield. That's the thing he'll say. He's super excited for Starfield, right? And Diablo 4. I forgot to mention Diablo 4.
Diablo 4, Starfield. Is this year the new... What is it called now? 100 Heroes, that JRPG.
No.
Yeah, there's a bunch of smaller games I'm excited for, but yeah, there's good stuff on the horizons. We've got an article on Windows Central, best upcoming Xbox games, and I usually defer to that because there's so many that are coming. Oh wow, it's at the top of Google. That's handy. What have we got here? Hogwarts Legacy. I'm not really interested in that. But we've got Wild Hearts that comes out in a couple of weeks. I'm very excited about that. Atomic Heart looks really good. Like a Dragon Inshin looks pretty good. Wolong looks pretty good. Resident Evil 4.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Resident Evil 4. Jeez, I even forgot about that. God.
Yeah. Skull and Bones. I'm quite excited for Minecraft Legends. This is Jedi Fallen Survivor. Jedi Survivor, you mentioned it. The Redfall, Fuga Melodies of Steel 2 is coming out this year as well. Endless Dungeon looks pretty good. If you like those kind of games, there's just loads of stuff, and we haven't really had E3 yet, so we don't even know what else is coming. Valheim's coming to Xbox this year, which is something I'll play probably quite a lot. Age of Empires 4 is coming to Xbox. Aliens Dark Descent also looks good for me. And then Armored Core is supposed to come out this year, isn't it?
Well, with you saying how they completely nailed Age of Empires 2 on console, does that make you more excited for Age of Empires 4 on console too then?
Yeah, it definitely does.
What about World of Warcraft coming to Xbox or StarCraft? Like, do you think they have the right control scheme for this stuff, or
StarCraft and Warcraft 3 could probably come to Xbox, but jury's still out on Warcraft, World of Warcraft. I think there's a load of complexities to make that happen, but who knows? Never say never, I guess.
Okay, let's see. We have achievement saying Unreal Engine titles get flack for looking and feel samey. Surely 343 is going to use their own assets, right? They are usually made in other programs like Blender and moved over anyways, but as far as the gunplay and physics, do you think they will modify the engine slightly to feel more like Halo, or possibly incorporate features into Unreal not currently available to developers? I mean, I'm not a developer, so like I don't really know how any of that stuff works. Achievement, I'm sorry.
What was the question?
Is 343 basically, are they going to incorporate features into Unreal not currently available to developers so that Halo can feel like Halo? Because a lot of complaints is that Unreal Engine games feel and look the same, and Halo.
I'm sure there'll be customized stuff that they do with Unreal. I mean, a lot of games do that where they have like custom bits bolted on. I was in some of the literature about Tatanka that I read was that I mean, it literally mentions Unreal Engine in Certain Affinity when Certain Affinity was talking about Tatanka a long time ago, which was another piece of evidence that Unreal was being explored for it. Certain Affinity have like things that they bolt onto Unreal that other studios don't have. For example, like their own tools and their own toolkits. Unity has this feature too, where you can add tools in and all that kind of stuff. So presumably there will be a bunch of proprietary stuff. I bet Gears of War probably has it as well. But again, like Rand says, we're not developers, so kind of hard to really give a good oversight on that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Elijah says also, does the Facebook Meta defeated an FTC court was supposed to serve an indicated ABK deal will be received in court if it were to go there? I mean, that was a big win for. I mean, what people thought was a big win for Xbox was that Meta beat the FTC in regard to their court case, which would be a good indicator of if Xbox took or Microsoft took FTC to court over the ABK stuff. But we have to wait for what the EC and CMA's decision, you know? So
yeah, it's the whole FTC thing is just so exhausting. But there's like we've got CMA rulings coming up, and we've got I mean there was a bit of good news this week where the US court system told Meta that they are allowed to go ahead and purchase that VR company that the FTC blocked them from purchasing because there's no legal basis to stop it from happening. So you wanna believe that that's what happened with the Activision deal, right? But at the same time, if the EU blocks it because they have a different system and the UK CMA blocks it, it could create a scenario where Microsoft just thinks like this is going to cost so much money to get this pushed through. But again, there's so much at stake here that I wonder if they just don't go through all the court stuff they'd have to do to get it through. You know, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and let's see, any more? I feel like okay. Yeah, I think that's all the Patreon questions. Thank you guys over at patreon.com/XB2. We'll take a couple questions from the chat before we get out of here. I know the show's already 4 hours long, which is I'm already getting a little tired. I'm sure Jez is tired because it's late for him. So if you guys have any questions in the chat, we'll probably grab the first couple, and then we'll call it an evening, so everybody can go enjoy their Friday night and enjoy their weekend. I'll be going through my playthrough on hard, New Game Plus on Dead Space. Looking forward to seeing the alternate ending. And then after that, I mean, if my buddy's got, if he's buying Hogwarts Legacy, maybe I play that game on Monday, because I would be done with Dead Space and Hi-Fi Rush by then. Although Xbox did get stuff like the Pathless today, which is finally came to Xbox after 2 years of being only on PlayStation. So I did really like that game on PlayStation, and I'd actually like to check it out again on Xbox. Did you play any of that on? Well, no, you wouldn't have played it on PlayStation. Do you have any interest in playing Pathless, Jez?
Nope, never heard of it.
Okay.
I do want to go through The Last of Us again on PC when that drops, the remake or whatever. I'll definitely do that. But Pathless, don't know what it is. So
Leaky Hum wants me to ask you about how you feel about Redfall and Starfield, like the state of those games from what you know.
I don't know anything. Like, I've heard that Starfield's playable and it's really fun, and they're just in a polishing phase. So people saying it's in a rough state, it just seems like FUD to me. So I would just wait and see. I don't think those games are in a rough state. I think they're in development state, and that's why they're not out and not in your hands yet. I think it's just FUD. When people say things are in a rough state, it's kind of like, bro, game's not finished yet.
True.
So whatever.
Jet Fan says, why isn't Rise of the Tomb Raider, Blue Dragon, or Lost Odyssey on Game Pass? All were published by Microsoft. I mean, I understand why Rise of the Tomb Raider isn't, but it is odd that Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey are not on Game Pass. Like, really odd. And I don't know why, because like everything else of theirs is. It makes me think there's some licensing issue or something with Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey to prevent them from being on Game Pass, right?
Again, it's probably some sort of weird quirk of the original licensing stuff.
Yeah.
I hear this a lot.
Like because because the games were multi-disc, or because there was a licensing problem?
I have no idea, but it does seem like there's some kind of licensing, some kind of licensing thing which precludes them from some aspects of being on the Xbox platform. This is why we never got Mech Assault, on Xbox backwards compatibility, But you just don't know what it is specifically, and they won't talk about it because it's all under scrutiny, under lock and key, hidden away in a vault of documents and legalese, But yeah.
Yeah. Jared Bislip, this will be the last question. Looking past Forza Redfall and Starfield, what do you think is the next game that Xbox focuses on? Hellblade or Avowed? I mean, I would say Hellblade, but that's just my personal gut feeling. I think Hellblade is coming sooner than Avowed, so that would be the next game. So, Leaky Hump says, Lost Odyssey has dialogue in it that was written from another author, Tales of a Thousand Dreams, I think. Yeah, there's got to be something up with the licensing of both Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey to prevent them from showing up in Game Pass, and also have them getting delisted from the 360 marketplace when Microsoft owns them. So I don't know either about any of them, like what the reasons. There's got to be something though. But I think that's it. I think that's 4 hours gone by really fast. I hope everybody enjoyed the show.
I just want to apologize to people because the last half of that show I was super distracted. There was like loads of stuff going on at work, and someone sent me a DM about something to do with the show, which I wanted to make sure was not an issue.
And it wasn't an issue.
And it wasn't an issue, but I just really wanted to make sure. But so I was really distracted for the second half of that show, and I really, really apologize if it's seen that way. But next time,
it didn't seem to me that it didn't seem to me that you were distracted until we did the questions, because I had to read them multiple times. So
I was definitely distracted, trying to multitask really hard,
trying to write a story as we're live on air.
No, I wasn't writing a story. Someone was asking me to social something, and because I'm in charge of social media, and technically still at work, so it's this extracurricular stuff. It's getting kind of hard to do podcasts on the job sometimes. But
But anyways, thank you guys so much for being here. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, leave us a 5-star review if you're listening to this later on iTunes and Spotify and Google Play. Thank you to all the Patrons for all their continued support. We will be looking into who to get for a guest for Xbox 2 Plus 1, and then probably maybe next week for Xbox 2 Ultimate. And thank you very much to the sponsor this week. We have Raycon, which, if you guys want to check out their earbuds and their headsets, make sure you go to, I believe the link is, go to buyraycon.com/XB2 to take you right to the landing page where they welcome listeners to the Xbox 2, and you can purchase that stuff with 15% off your order. So
you can also use the checkout code XB2 on any product on there for 50% off. I went and tested it.
Yes.
So, and it also works worldwide.
There you go. Worldwide as well. So thank you to everybody, and we will see you next week, Friday, for another episode of the Xbox 2. And with that, we're out. Later, guys. Keep it gaming.
Take care, everybody.